This committee will come to order. Committee will come to order, and if all members will take their seats. Today we hear from Secretary of State John Kerry. The Secretary is just off yet another overseas trip, dealing with issues that we'll discuss here today. And Mr. Secretary, your dedication is clear to all. Secretary Kerry comes to present his department's budget request. Needless to say, given Washington's chronic budget deficit, wasteful spending is intolerable. Even good programs may be unsupportable at levels we would want, but we must also appreciate the many serious challenges we as a nation and the department in particular faces worldwide. These challenges seem to grow by the day. Iran and North Korea are pursuing nuclear weapons. Russia is gobbling up neighboring Ukraine. We see beheadings, crucifixions, and immolation by ISIS. Cartoonists and Jewish shoppers are targeted and killed on Paris streets. Indeed, some days it feels as if the world itself is coming off of its axis. Regarding Iran, all of us want to see, Mr. Secretary, all of us want to see you get a meaningful, lasting agreement. But the committee, as you know, has real concerns about the direction of these talks. I'm hearing less about dismantlement and more about the permanence of Iran's nuclear program. That's particularly disturbing when you consider that international inspectors report that Iran has still not revealed its past bomb work. This should be treated as a fundamental test of the Ayatollah's intention to uphold any agreement. Iran is failing that test. Also, it is still illicitly procuring nuclear technology. Recently, Iran was caught testing a new generation of supersonic centrifuges. To be frank, as this committee reads about us being on the brink of a historic agreement, you have a challenge in terms of congressional buy-in. Meanwhile, Iran and its proxies are wreaking havoc throughout the region. And in Eastern Europe, Russia's military aggression is matched only by the size of its propaganda. Russia is spending more than $1.5 billion annually to mislead audiences, to sow divisions, to push conspiracy theories out over RT television. Yet the agency charged with leading our response, the Broadcasting Board of Governors, is, as your predecessor testified to us, dysfunctional. Last Congress, the House passed legislation authored by Ranking Member Eliot Engel and me to fix the BBG, the Broadcasting Board of Governors. We hope to have the administration's active backing as we again push this reform. And in the Middle East, ISIS is on the march. The administration was tragically slow to react to ISIS's rise, missing the chance to devastate them with our airstrikes during the first 7 months, 8 months of ISIS moving from Syria into Iraq, town by town, taking these cities. Air power was not used to devastate these columns out on the open road as it should have been applied. Today, the Kurds are still severely outgunned. Our training of the Syrian opposition isn't off the ground, and Arab allies complain they don't have the weapons needed. And while the administration is focused on the fight against ISIS in Iraq today, it's still unclear what its plans are for Syria tomorrow. As the committee considers the President's request for a military authorization against ISIS, members need to hear a better articulation of the administration's strategy and see a strong commitment from the Commander-in-Chief. As terrorism from Islamist terrorist groups spread, the committee knows that puts more of our diplomats out there at risk. In the past half year, the Department has had to evacuate staff from 2 U.S. embassies, Libya and Yemen. On this note, the committee stands ready to assist the Department on embassy security. We passed a State Department authorization and embassy security bill last Congress and look forward to working with you to get our next bill signed into law. And as the Department works to finalize its second quadrennial diplomacy and development review, know that we are ready to assist the Department to be more effective and efficient to meet the demands of the 21st century's diplomacy. We have policy differences, but these should never compromise the day-to-day operation of your department, and certainly not the safety of its personnel. Mr. Secretary, our nation faces great challenges. Through it all, though, we must work together to ensure that America maintains its positive and essential role in the world. That is our challenge, and I will now turn to our ranking member, Mr. Elliot Engel of New York, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Welcome back. We're fortunate to have you as our top diplomat as we face so many challenges around the world, whether it's violent extremism or nuclear proliferation, health epidemics, or climate change. These are challenges that threaten our security and values, and that demands robust investment in international affairs. That's why the President has put forward a strong international affairs budget, and that's why his proposal deserves the support of Congress. The President's budget would end sequestration, something long overdue, including a 7.7% increase in international affairs spending. Why is this increase so important? The Kaiser Family Foundation reported recently that many Americans believe we spend much more on foreign assistance than we actually do. Here are the facts. International affairs totals just over 1% of our federal budget, and foreign aid accounts for less than 1%. With that narrow sliver of the pie, we're keeping Americans safe, strengthening ties around the world, and promoting American leadership abroad. We're getting a pretty good bang for our buck. Still, we can always be more effective, more efficient, and more focused, and I'd like to mention a few of my questions and concerns. Let me start with institutional and bureaucratic challenges at the State Department. We need a department that can adapt to evolving foreign policy and national security issues. We need diplomats equipped to deal with constantly changing demands. Are we recruiting the best talent? Do our diplomats have the tools and training they need to do their jobs right? I'm curious about how the department will implement the forthcoming recommendations of the Quadrennial Diplomacy and Development Review. On our response to the Ebola outbreak, Mr. Secretary, I want to applaud you, the State Department, USAID, and the thousands of heroic Americans who've played such an important role. This crisis has required tremendous resources, and our strategy is working. The situation in West Africa continues to improve, but we must remain vigilant until this scourge has been eliminated. This crisis underscores the need for global health funding. Preventing future epidemics requires investment in research, infrastructure, and personnel. So I'm disappointed by proposed cuts to global health programs dealing with tuberculosis, neglected tropical diseases, and other dangerous illnesses. I'd like to find a way to avoid these cuts and keep giving these programs the resources they need. Turning to Ukraine, I have serious doubts that the Minsk agreement will end this crisis. We've taken a handful of incremental steps, but they have not been enough to get ahead of the crisis or deter further Russian aggression. The United States has a major interest in Europe's stability and security. Decades of American investment is on the line. I know dealing with the Kremlin is delicate, but we must not allow Ukraine to lose more territory or to fail economically. In the Middle East, more than 11 million people have been driven from their homes in Syria, and more than 200,000 have been killed. This crisis has spilled across borders. It's created large-scale vulnerability to sexual assault, child marriage, hunger, and other kinds of abuse and exploitation. The budget prioritizes this humanitarian disaster, but much more needs to be done by both the United States and regional partners. This crisis has been fueled by political instability in Iraq and Syria. The new Iraqi Prime Minister has taken some steps to make Iraq's political system more inclusive, but we remain far from the point at which Sunnis, Shia, and Kurds feel like they have a stake in Iraq's future. The way forward in Syria is even less clear, but we know one thing for certain. That country's future should not include Assad. As you've said, Mr. Secretary, he is a one-man super magnet for terrorism. So while we are going after ISIS or the Islamic State, We should not forget that Assad must go. He cannot be part of a Syria for the future. On that note, I welcome the President's decision to send Congress a request for a new authorization to use military force, AUMF, against ISIS. The President's proposal is a reasonable starting point, and this committee will continue our efforts to review the language and the overall strategy to defeat ISIS. I look forward to working with you and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure we get this right. Briefly on Iran, I've said many times that my preference is a negotiated solution to the Iranian nuclear crisis. However, we're hearing troubling reports on the scale and duration of the program that Iran may be allowed as part of a deal. As you've said many times, Mr. Secretary, no deal is better than a bad deal, and so we must ensure that Iran has no pathway to a nuclear weapon and that any deal we sign is a good deal. And finally, I want to commend the proposed $1.1 billion in funding to address root causes of child migration from Central America. We need to ensure that these resources are targeted towards the most vulnerable communities that the children are coming from across the sub-region. And finally, getting back to Europe and Ukraine and Russia, I really believe that NATO hangs in the balance. I think if Putin continues to push Ukraine around and threaten other countries, and NATO is not a sufficient deterrent, we are sort of sending a word to Putin that we're really a paper tiger. So I wish you would talk about that a little bit, because I really do believe the future of NATO hangs in the balance. 4 countries give 2% of their budget to defense as is required, and that's very, very troubling in terms of NATO. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to the Secretary's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. This morning we're pleased to be joined by Mr. John Kerry, the 68th Secretary of State. And Mr. Secretary, welcome again here to the committee. Without objection, the witness's full prepared statement will be made part of the record. And the members here, each of you will have 5 calendar days to submit any statements or questions or extraneous material for the record you may wish to submit. So, Mr. Secretary, if you open for 5 minutes, then we'll go to the members for their questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Congressman Engel, Ranking Member, all the members of this committee. To respect your time, I will try to summarize my comments. Mr. Chairman, I hope I can do it in 5 minutes. There's a lot to talk about. And your questions will, needless to say, elicit an enormous amount of dialogue, which I really welcome. I can't think of a moment where more is happening, more challenges exist, there's more transformation taking place, some of it with great turmoil, a lot of it with enormous opportunity that doesn't get daily discussion, but all of it with big choices for you, for us, you representing the American people, all of us in positions of major responsibility at this important time. We rose to the occasion, obviously, and we like to extol it. We all talk about it. I did, certainly, as a senator. I do as Secretary of State. And that is the extraordinary contribution of the greatest generation and what they did to help us, and our leaders did, Republican and Democrat alike, to put us on a course to win the battle against tyranny, dictatorship, and to win the battle for democracy and human rights and freedom for a lot of people. And no country on the face of this planet has expended as much blood, put as many people on the line, lost as much of our human treasure to offer other people an opportunity to embrace their future, not tell them what it has to be. It's really a remarkable story. And now we find ourselves in a moment where we have to make some similar kinds of choices, frankly. I don't want to overblow it, I'm not trying to. But this is a big moment of transformation where there are literally hundreds of millions of people emerging on this planet, young people. Count the numbers of countries where the population is 65% under the age of 30, 60%, 30 and under, 50% under the age of 21. I mean, it's all over the place. And if they live in a place where there's bad governance or corruption or tyranny, in this world where everybody knows how to be in touch with everybody else all the time, you have a clash of aspirations, a clash of possibilities and opportunities. And to some degree, that's what we're seeing today. That certainly was the beginning of the Arab Spring, which is now being infused with a sectarianism and confusions of religious overtones and other things that make it much more complicated than anything that has preceded this. By the way, the Cold War was simple compared to this. Bipolar, pretty straightforward conversations. Yeah, we had to make big commitments, but it wasn't half as complicated in the context of dealing country to country and with tribes, with culture, with a lot of old history, and it's a very different set of choices. In addition, that's complicated by the fact that many other countries today are growing in their economic power, growing in their own sense of independence, and not as willing to just take at face value what a larger G7 or G20 country tells them or what some particular alliance dictates. So that's what we're facing. And I heard the chairman say, you know, we shouldn't compromise the day-to-day operations of the department. But let me say to you, the day-to-day operations of the department are not confined to making an embassy secure. We need to do that, but if that's all we do, folks, we're in trouble. We're not going to be able to protect ourselves adequately against these challenges that we're faced, that we'll talk about today. In the United States, you know, we get 1% of the entire budget of the United States of America. Everything we do abroad within the State Department and USAID is within that 1%. Everything. All the businesses we try to help to marry to economic opportunities in the country, all the visas, the consulate work, the diplomacy, the coordination of DHS, FBI, ATF, I mean, all the efforts that we have to engage in to work with other countries' intelligence organizations, so forth, to help do the diplomacy around that is less than 1%. I guarantee you, more than 50% of the history of this era is going to be written out of that 1% and the issues we confront in that 1%. And I ask you to think about that as you contemplate the budgets. Because we've been robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we've been stripping away our ability to help a country deal with those kids who may be ripe for becoming part of ISIL. We've been diminishing our capacity to be able to have the kind of impact we ought to be having in this more complicated world. Now, I'm not going to go into all of the detail because I promised I'd summarize, but I believe the United States is leading extraordinarily on the basis of that 1%. We have led on ISIL, putting together a coalition for the first time in history that has 5 Arab nations engaged in military activity in another Arab country in the region against, you know, Sunni against Sunni. I don't want to turn this into that sectarian, but it's an important part of what is happening. We help to lead in the effort to transition in Iraq a government that we could work with. Part of the problem in Iraq was the sectarianism that the former prime minister had embraced, which was dividing his nation and creating a military that was incompetent, and we saw that in the context of Mosul. So we wanted to make sure that we had a government that really represented people and was going to reform and move in a different direction, and we worked at it and we got it. We have it today. Is it perfect? No. But is it moving in the right direction? You bet it is. In Afghanistan, we rescued a flawed election, brought together the parties, were able to negotiate to get a unified unity government, which has both of the presidential candidates working together to hold Afghanistan and define its future, and create and negotiate a BSA that defines our future going forward, and give Afghanistan a chance to make good on the sacrifices of 14 years of our troops and our contributions and so forth. On Ebola, we led that fight. President Obama made a brave decision to send 4,000 young American troops there in order to set up the structure so we had a capacity to be able to try to deal with it. 1 million deaths were predicted by last Christmas at the time that we did that. And not all the answers were there for questions that were real. But the President sent those people in. We have made the difference. And now there's a huge reduction in the cases in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and we're getting not finished, but we're getting to a place where you're not seeing it on the nightly news every day, and people aren't living in fear here that they're about to be infected. On AIDS, we're facing the first AIDS-free generation in history because of the work that we have done. On the Ukraine, we've held together Europe and the United States in unity to put in place sanctions. The ruble is down 50%. There's been $151 billion of capital flight from Russia. There's been a very significant impact on day-to-day life, on food product availability. The economy is predicted in Russia to go into recession this year. And we are poised yet to do another round, potentially, depending on what happens with Minsk in these next few days. On Iran, we've taken the risk of sitting down, of trying to figure out, is there a diplomatic path to solve this problem? I can't sit here today and tell you I know the answer to that. But I can tell you it's worth trying before you go to more extreme measures that may result in asking young Americans yet again to put themselves in harm's way. We are pursuing the two most significant trade agreements of recent memory, the TPP in Asia Pacific and the TTIP in Europe, both of which represent about 40% of GDP of the world, in order to have a race to the top, not a race to the bottom. And if we can achieve that, we will be achieving a major new structure with respect to trade rules on a global basis. In Africa, we held the African Leaders Summit, an historic summit with more than 40 African leaders coming to Washington, out of which has come a series of events that will help, we hope, to meet our obligation to help transform Africa. And finally, on climate, there are other things, incidentally. I'm just skimming the surface, some of the most important. I know not everybody here is a believer in taking steps to deal with climate. I regret that. But the science keeps coming in stronger and stronger and stronger. On the front page of today's newspapers, stories about an Alaskan village that'll have to be given up because of what is happening with climate change. There's evidence of it everywhere in the world. And we cut a deal with China, improbable as that was a year ago. The biggest opponent of our efforts has now stood up and joined us because they see the problem and they need to respond to it. And so they've agreed to a target for lowering their reliance on fossil fuel and a target for alternative and renewable energy by a certain period of time, and we've set targets. And that's encouraged other countries to start to come forward and try to take part in this effort. So I will adamantly put forward the way in which this administration is leading. I know not everybody agrees with every choice. Are there places where we need to do more? Yes. We'll talk about those, I'm sure, today. But we need to work together. I'll end by saying that historically, that 1% has produced more than its monetary value precisely because your predecessors were willing to let foreign policy debate and fight become bipartisan, let politics stop at the water's edge, and find what is in the common interest of our country. That's what brings me here today. That's why I'm so privileged to serve as Secretary of State at this difficult time, because I believe America is helping to define our way through some very difficult choices. And frankly, and last thing, this is counterintuitive, but it's true. Our citizens, our world today, is actually, despite ISIL, despite the visible killings that you see and how horrific they are, we are actually living in a period of less daily threat to Americans and to people in the world than normally, less deaths, less violent deaths today than through the last century. And so even the concept of state war has changed in many people's minds, and we're seeing now more asymmetrical kinds of struggles. So I would say to you that I see encouragement when I travel the world. I see people wanting to grow their economies. I see vast new numbers of middle class, people who are traveling. I see unbelievable embrace of new technologies. I see more democracy in places where it was non-existent or troubled. Big changes in Sri Lanka and other countries. We can run the list. But I hope you will sense that it is not all doom and gloom that we are looking at. Tough issues, yes, but enormous opportunities for transformation if we will do our job and continue to be steady and put on the table the resources necessary to take advantage of this moment of transformation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And Mr. Secretary, you're certainly right. It is not all gloom and doom, but the reality for us is that even as we discuss these issues, there are still rallies going on in Iran in which the refrain is death to America, death to Israel. Even as we attempt to engage, and we hope that we get a verifiable agreement, but even as we attempt this, we still have the Ayatollah and we still have the cadres that come out and say death to the great Satan, death to the little Satan. And that's a reality that we have to face because sometimes when people communicate those types of threats, they mean it. And I mentioned my concern about the direction of the Iran talks. And of course, we understand we're still negotiating in this, and I understand you've cautioned not to judge a deal we haven't yet seen. But it's important that the administration know the committee's concerns as you negotiate. And one thing we do know is that Iran has continued to stonewall international inspectors concerning its past bomb work. And as you've acknowledged, this is a critical part of these negotiations. And it's a fundamental test of Iran's commitment. And it's been well over a year, I think. And I've talked to the Secretary General of the IAEA about this. You know, I saw press this morning. I don't know if this is correct or not, and we could go into closed session at some point to discuss it, but the concern of a secret facility. But the concern I have at the moment is what the Secretary General says. And he indicates that he is concerned about signs of military-related activities, including Iran designing a nuclear payload for a missile, inspectors in Iran, you know, the IAEA inspectors have amassed over 1,000 pages which showed research, development, and testing activities on technologies needed to develop a nuclear weapon. And of the 12 sets of questions that the IAEA has been seeking since 2011, Iran answered part of one of those. And so I'd like to ask you for a response on the concerns on the part of the IAEA and us on the committee.
Well, they're legitimate, and the questions have to be answered. And they will be unless, if they want to have an agreement.
Well, yeah, we had 350 members write you expressing deep concern about this lack of cooperation. And, of course, from our standpoint, unless we have a full understanding of Iran's program, we're not going to be able to judge a year's breakout time with certainty. That's the conundrum we face here. And they're withholding that information. And without going into detail again, but as you know, I have concerns about the fact they were caught with that supersonic centrifuge, testing that, and the whole procurement
Let me just say
issue.
on that centrifuge, when you say supersonic, they have some advanced centrifuges that do more than the centrifuge they have today. We're well aware of that. We've been tracking all of that, and really there was a misunderstanding of the language in the interim agreement, which did allow current testing. There was a question about whether that had been current. We raised it, and immediately, within 24 hours, it ceased. There was no question, and there's been no further effort on that. In fact, the IAEA has signed off that Iran has complied with every single component of the interim agreement.
And let me
We raise these questions regarding the IAEA, Mr. Chairman, and as I said, they're going to have to be answered. So that's part of the discussion right now.
There's a piece today in the New York Times. Inspectors say Iran is evading questions as nuclear talks enter a crucial stage. Per my conversations with the IAEA, I know those concerns are there. I want to just turn to broadcasting reform to discuss that with you, because I know in an exchange you had yesterday in the Senate, you expressed your frustration that our effort to confront Russian propaganda is simply nowhere near where it ought to be. It's an area where Mr. Engel and I also share frustration on that. We know that Putin is dominating the essential information battle on the ground. But this isn't just about resources. It is also about what we can do with an initiative that for the Broadcasting Board of Governors to overhaul that institution and make it effective. Myself and Mr. Engel put that bill into the Senate last year. We were not able to get it up and passed. And the question I wanted to ask was for your assistance on the Senate side in getting our legislation through this year so that we can get the reform that this troubled agency needs and get up and running with the type of broadcasting that you and I think, want to see to offset what President Putin is doing right now.
All I can say is, Mr. Chairman, I'm with you 100% on this. I look forward to working with you further. I appreciate your leadership on this issue. You've been the champion of reform on the BBG, and I am absolutely committed to the reform of the BBG, and our next meeting is on April 29th. I've had long conversations with our Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy, Rick Stengel, who is very seized with some things we need to try to achieve. Now, there are two issues here. One is sort of the reform of the BBG, and the second is what we ought to be doing on a global basis with respect to the propaganda that's coming out of Russia. On the BBG, we've had a slight difference with you on the issue of whether or not we are, whether it's improved to have a situation where you have two boards and two CEOs. I think you know I raised that. And also I think state, given our engagement with it, needs to be part of that process. I'm confident we can find a way to drive this more effectively. The bigger issue is, what is Congress prepared to do in terms of putting some resources on the line to help us do this? I have found when I have traveled to the Baltic region or to Poland or to Bulgaria recently and elsewhere, they're just getting flooded with propaganda. And propaganda is exactly that. It's propaganda. It has the ability to affect the minds of those who hear it if they don't hear alternatives.
Yep. Well, Mr. Secretary, we're on the same page with you. I think your request was $1.3 million to confront Russian propaganda in this budget.
Correct.
And we're on the same wavelength, Mr. Engel and I, and the committee with you on this. Just if I could just turn to one other issue that's going to be a topic here of this hearing today, and that is the question that is on our mind in terms of AUMF to ensure that the Commander-in-Chief has the authority needed to decisively defeat the enemy, and that will be part of our dialogue here with you this morning. I will turn now to Mr. Engel for his opening questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, welcome, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, I mentioned to you just before the hearing began my concern about a report, it was in yesterday's New York Times, that says negotiators weigh plan to phase out nuclear limits on Iran, and essentially it's saying that we would possibly be would accept a fudging, so to speak, of how many years Iran would be prohibited from these various moves to have a nuclear weapon, whether it would be 10 years, 15 years, so on and so forth. But it essentially would ease limits on Iran's production during the later years of an accord, and saying that by doing that, it would be an attempt to bridge the differences between the two sides over how long an agreement should last. Can you talk about this, because it's very disturbing. Obviously, I believe and others believe that and I know you believe that the longest amount of time preventing Iran from gearing up to have a nuclear weapon is preferable. And if we're sort of fudging it, if those reports are true at the end, it's very concerning. You know, no one here, certainly not you, needs to be told about the threat of Iran, and that Iran having a nuclear weapon would be a game changer. We need to support our ally Israel. Iran is an existential threat to them. And so when I hear that the end portion of this agreement is sort of nebulous, or we're going to be a little cloudy about it, it's very disturbing. So I'd like your response to the report in the New York Times.
Absolutely. Couldn't be a more important topic, and I absolutely welcome the chance to talk about it. I regrettably can't talk about it as much as I would love to talk about it, because we don't have a deal yet. And so I am not going to go into great lengths and detail here for that reason, and I would caution others not to be running around combating a deal that hasn't been made. Secondly, I will say, Mr. Ranking Member, you just said the language you used was, we don't want to see a reduction of these measures that might then permit Iran to go build a nuclear weapon. Please understand, there is no reduction at any time that permits Iran to build a nuclear weapon. Iran is forever forbidden from building a nuclear weapon. That is the nature of membership in the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which they are a member of, and that is the nature of certain responsibilities that you accept in the context of verification and transparency. Now, I'm not going to go into all of that here today, except to say to you that obviously that's got to be adequate. Unlike North Korea, which is not a member of the NPT, Iran has certain obligations that go forever. So don't get lured into believing that because something might change or be reduced with respect to, some component they're allowed to do or install, et cetera. Countries that live by the NPT are permitted to have a peaceful nuclear program. That means they can produce power for their nation with a nuclear plant. Japan has very intrusive inspection, and they enrich and they're engaged in producing fuel and doing their capacity. Now, Iran has already mastered the fuel cycle, folks. They did that a number of years ago. When President George W. Bush was president in 2003, the Bush administration policy was no enrichment. And Iran went from 164 centrifuges to 19,000 that are installed, and there's claims of some others being out there, which were going out. So, they've learned how to enrich. By the way, a different administration had an opportunity to stop them or do something, and they didn't. So we are where we are today. They know how to do the fuel cycle. And the question is going to be, what restraints can you put on that now in a way that guarantees you that you know they're not going to build a nuclear weapon? We've said there are 4 pathways to that nuclear weapon. One is through Fordow, another is through Iraq, the other is through Natanz, and the 4th is through covert. Covert's hard. That's the hardest. So we're now negotiating the methods by which we can show that the 4 paths are cut off. and that they're not cut off, folks, for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. They're cut off forever, for as long as they're living up to the NPT. And you have to build some process of a knowledge base and of a system that gets you there over a period of time. That's what we're trying to do. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not today, I don't want to jeopardize these talks. I don't want to mischaracterize them in any way. They're tough. They're hard. There's some very big issues yet to be resolved. We are not there, but we're not going to debate it on a piecemeal basis, and we certainly don't think it's appropriate to condemn it before everybody knows what it in fact is, if there is an is.
Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you a final question about Ukraine. I believe that the United States should provide Ukraine with defensive weapons. I know that Germany and France have resisted it. I really think that what's happened with Ukraine under the 1994, as you well know, Budapest Memorandum, Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons with assurances from the U.S., the U.K., China, and Russia that they would be protected. That we haven't, in my opinion, lived up to the 1994 Budapest Memorandum at all. And as I said in my opening remark, I think that the credibility of NATO is hanging in the balance with Putin bullying all the countries around Ukraine. I'm wondering if you can comment on the defensive weapons to Ukraine to help them repel Putin's aggression.
Well, we've sent a lot of different items to Ukraine, actually, over a period of time. We're one of the more significant donors. We've been sending counter-battery radars. We've been sending night vision. We've been sending communications gear, MRAPs. I mean, there's a long list of items that we have sent. And in addition, we've been let me just run through. We got about $118 million we've given in training and equipment, $52 million including body armor, helmets, advanced radios, explosive ordnance disposal robots, rations, first aid kits, supplies, $47 million in protective gear for State Border Guard Service, vehicles, up-armored SUVs, heavy engineering equipment, thermal imaging, monitoring equipment, patrol boats, uniforms, generators. And we've provided training and equipment to 6 companies and headquarters elements, that's about 600 personnel, and Ukrainian National Guard, and there's more. So we've been doing a lot. I think everybody understands that we're not going to be able to do enough under any circumstance, that if Russia decides to match it and surpass it, they're going to be able to do it. Everybody knows that, including President Poroshenko. The debate is whether or not there are some weapons that could be given to them that give them a greater ability to defend themselves in order to prevent the creeping land grabbing that's been taking place, or at least raise the cost. That's a very legitimate discussion. President Obama has not yet made that decision, partly because even yesterday there was a meeting in Paris of the Russian foreign minister, the Ukrainian foreign minister, and the French and German foreign ministers to measure the implementation of Minsk and to see if they can move further. Some weapons have been pulled back, some troops have been pulled back. Obviously, Debaltseve was the site of a continued battle. That's a violation. There have been many violations of the Minsk ceasefire since then. So the measurement now is, are we on a downward track to actually seeing an implementation, or is there now a Mariupol or some other effort that may be taking place which would immediately merit a much more significant response, which is teed up? And that could be very serious next level of sanctions coupled with other choices the President may or may not make.
We go now to Eliana Ross-Leitonen, Chair of the Middle East and North Africa Subcommittee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. I will ask about Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, and the Palestinians. You testified in the Senate yesterday that, quote, the policy is Iran will not get a nuclear weapon, end quote. However, last month, your deputy, Tony Blinken, testified that the deal being negotiated is meant only to constrain Iran's breakout capabilities. So which one is it, constraining or eliminating? And if the deal is to truly prevent Iran from ever acquiring a nuclear weapon, then why are we allowing Iran to enrich, to keep some of their stockpiles and centrifuges? Your agreement is based on the assumption that we can verify if Iran cheats, but the Defense Science Board and former CIA Director General Hayden have stated that our capability to detect Iran's undeclared or covert nuclear sites is either inadequate or does not exist. So can we catch when Iran cheats? And when they do cheat, not if, but when, what consequences will Iran suffer? And reports surfaced yesterday, as the chairman said, of an undeclared Iranian enrichment site. What information can you share about this new site? And will this development how will this development impact the negotiations? On Cuba, Mr. Secretary, yesterday in the Senate, you said, quote, "The change that we are making, we believe, actually assists the United States to be able to promote the democracy and the rights that we want for the people of Cuba," end quote. However, Cuba's spy, Josefina Vidal, who is leading the Castro delegation this week, said that Havana will not accept a U.S. embassy that will assist Cuba's civil society, and said that, quote, "Change in Cuba isn't negotiable," end quote. Now, the regime has arrested over 300 opposition members in just the last 2 weeks. Berta Soler was among them. Only 3 weeks ago, Mr. Secretary, she was sitting in your chair testifying before our committee on the gross human rights abuses going on in Cuba today. She returned to Cuba on a Saturday. She was arrested Sunday. Yet the U.S. Castro talks are still scheduled to go on here at the State Department on Friday. But the U.S. didn't even get one cosmetic commitment to democratic reform from the Castro regime, and the regime keeps demanding more from us. Give back Gitmo. Pay us billions of dollars from the losses we suffered from the embargo. Utterly ridiculous. And just yesterday, Mr. Secretary, Raul Castro bestowed medals on those whom your administration pardoned, including Gerardo Hernandez, who was responsible for killing U.S. citizens. On the very anniversary of the killing of our citizens, Castro gave a medal to his killer, a killer who was pardoned by this administration. Of all the bad deals that we've seen, Bergdahl, et cetera, isn't this Cuba deal the weakest one yet? And on Venezuela, Mr. Secretary, yesterday, just a few days ago, a 14-year-old child was killed by police thugs. Actually, just yesterday, 14 years old. He was shot in the head during a peaceful protest. Now, we in Congress passed a sanctions law to punish such acts, but you have not fully implemented our law. States' decision to deny some visas to some people is only a small slap on the wrist. People are dying in Venezuela, and we're hearing are excuses. Enough is enough. Why have you not fully implemented every one of the sanctions laws that we passed against human rights violators in Venezuela? How many more peaceful demonstrators must die before you sanction them? And lastly, on the Palestinians, our courts just a few days ago, as you know, ordered the Palestinian Authority and the PLO to pay for terror. And yet the PA has hired a D.C. lobbying firm. We all know that money is fungible. So isn't our money to the Palestinians actually paying for their court-ordered terror penalties and their lobbying efforts here in Congress?
Well, let me answer the last two very quickly, and then I'll talk about the others. The answer is no. That money is not paying for it. In fact, that money is not flowing right now because of the ICC and what is going on. And the PA is nearly bankrupt at this moment. It is in nobody's interest, Madam Chair, for this for the PA to fall apart. That is not.
And on Cuba?
So we don't want that to happen. I'll come to Cuba in a minute. On the 14-year-old Venezuelan, that is horrendous. Venezuela keeps moving in the wrong direction and making the wrong choices. And the answer is the sanctions are being implemented right now as fast as possible. We are working with the National Security Council. We're working with the Department of the Treasury and other agencies to implement the provisions of the law as rapidly as we can. So we have no disagreement whatsoever on the egregious behavior, the repression of people, the arrests, the false accusations against us that are emanating out of Venezuela. We invite frequently President Maduro to realize that there's a completely alternative set of options available to him. We hope he'll take them.
But he can commit these acts with impunity because nothing happens. We really aren't implementing
the law
those
is
sanctions.
being implemented. It is being implemented. Sanctions, everybody thinks you just sort of slap them on day one. There's a very specific set of requirements in the law for what you have to do to prepare in order
But the killer of this 14-year-old wouldn't. We know who did it. Why don't we just why didn't we sanction them yesterday? We have the video.
We're going to have to keep moving, and I'm just going to suggest.
Let me just say the sanctions are being applied.
Yes.
On Cuba, don't measure it by where it is today. Measure it by what begins to happen as this process of normalization takes place, and we have an opportunity to be able to press those issues and shed more light on them and create the change we hope will take place. And I could go on at some length about that, but I want to get to the other things you mentioned very quickly. On Iran, there is no equivalency between, what Secretary Blinken was talking about with respect to preventing them from getting a weapon and the question of what happens with respect to their compliance with respect to their nuclear program. If you have a year of breakout time, by the way, everybody, I think it's a publicly known number that has been bandied around in the press that prior to our joint agreement, the breakout time was about 2 months, maybe 3 max, but somewhere around 2 months. We've already extended that. And our effort in this agreement is to get a period of time, I'm not going to say how long, but a period of time during which they've got to live by a one-year breakout. Now, one-year breakout does not mean time it takes to get a bomb. One-year breakout is time it takes to get enough fissile material for one nuclear weapon, which they haven't yet designed or been able to test or put on a warhead or explode or anything. So that's many more years it takes to get there. We don't lose one option that we have today, not one option, during that period of time. Slap back on the sanctions, make them worse than they are today. Or, of course, if you had to, you always have a military option. So we don't take away any option. We actually expand the period of time during which we can determine what's going on. Now, I'll tell you, Israel is safer today with the added time we have given and the stoppage of the advances in the Iranian nuclear program than they were before we got that agreement, which, by the way, the Prime Minister opposed. He was wrong. And today he's saying, oh, we should extend that interim agreement.
Will you share the agreement with Netanyahu?
Of course, of course. We continue. I think even today, our department is on the phone to the National Security Advisor, and we're having calls.
Mr. Secretary, I'm going to make a suggestion to the members here. Members, if you use the 5 minutes to ask your questions, we're just going to go on to the next member, and then we'll do the response in writing.
Fair enough.
We're going to go right now to Mr. Brad Sherman of California. Thank you.
I have a lot of questions for which I'd just like a response in writing, and then I'll end with one that I'd like an oral response from. First, I want to commend the administration.
I'd actually hoped to encourage dialogue if the gentleman would.
Had the opposite effect, Mr. Chairman.
I'm responding to the Chairman's policies.
I'm happy to listen to an hour worth of questions, and we'll respond.
I want to commend you for the action regarding Ebola. I want to be the first, or one of the first, to commend you for the administration's approach to Iraq and Syria. We kept chemical weapons, or got chemical weapons, out of the area. Otherwise, they'd be in ISIS's hands. and we repelled attacks on the Haditha Dam, the Mosul Dam, and most importantly, Baghdad, all without any U.S. combat casualties. Now, a lot of people throw out other ideas. You should have done this, you should have done that. Maybe they would have made things better, maybe things would be worse, but I'll tell you this, every one of those other strategies would have resulted in an awful lot of American combat casualties. Your strategy has done more without casualties to Americans in the service than any other strategy could have. As to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, you say it shouldn't be a race to the bottom, but Vietnam is 30 cents an hour. That is the bottom. And we're told that we're going to get free access to the markets of Vietnam, but they don't have freedom and they don't have markets. They were told that there's going to be labor rights for Vietnamese workers. They don't dare assert them because the human rights situation is such that they risk their own lives. So I hope that you don't tell, I mean, 30 cents an hour is the bottom, and that's what we're racing to. Also, as to China and this Trans-Pacific Agreement, with the rules of origin in our other agreements, goods that are 50, 60, 80% made in China can then go to another country, get slapped with a tag, and come into the United States duty-free. The chairman raised the Broadcasting Board of Governors issue. I just want to raise one small part of that, and that is how important it is that we broadcast in the Sindh language. I think I mentioned this to you before. This committee has voted to spend $1.5 million a year to do that. And there's no population in the world more important to world stability than that of Pakistan. There is no place where there are more crazy ideas than Pakistan. And if you're trying to reach a population, you can't just do it in Urdu. As Senator Kerry, you champion recognition of the Armenian genocide. We now are about to have the 100th anniversary. And I would hope that you would show the courage that you are personally known for, and on April 24th, use the word genocide to describe what happened in Anatolia 100 years ago. In your earlier testimony, you said that Iran is not permitted to have a nuclear weapon ever because they're members of the NPT, unlike North Korea. North Korea was a member of the NPT. They withdrew in 2003, and I'd hope you'd clarify for the record that North Korea is not entitled to have a nuclear weapon, and that Iran does not become permitted to have a nuclear weapon should they, at some future time, decide to withdraw from the NPT. I hope that you would furnish for the record a statement that our position is, once you're in the NPT, you cannot get out. Otherwise, every country is just one letter away from being permitted to develop nuclear weapons. You've talked about 1 year to break out. What I'm concerned about is how long to sneak out. The MEK sometimes gives us accurate information. They're the ones that told the world about the Iranian nuclear program. They now say that there's a secret facility at Lavanzan 3. One approach is well, what I'd like to know is, are you willing to accept an agreement in which the IAEA does not have the right to go anywhere on short notice to look at undeclared or potentially undeclared or credibly believed to be undeclared nuclear sites? Or are we going to settle for the cat and mouse game in which you can tell us it's a year to break out and the Iranians have undisclosed facilities and we can't even check them out? I'd ask that he be allowed to answer that for the record.
Do we have time left?
I hope you have time for that one last question.
We'll do the last question, but we'll need to keep moving. We only have 5 minutes for each member, and we want to get as many as possible. So go ahead with the last
Well,
question.
let me just say, clearly, Iran does not have a right to step out of the NPT and then go. And if they began to do that, we will hopefully, and this is part of what is being negotiated, have the ability to know immediately if there's any movement in that direction. And then we have all our options, as I said, that are available to us. Going a step further, on this secret facility, we're well aware of the accusation or the allegations regarding that facility. It will obviously have to be, any questions would have to be answered to have any kind of an agreement. And I think people should rest assured that will take place. And on the IAEA, we are negotiating for the appropriate standards and process that the IAEA needs in order to be able to answer appropriate questions. That's a critical part of compliance with any NPT country, and there is a process, as you know, that is required in order to achieve that. So that's obviously part of the negotiation.
The additional
Mr. Chris Smith of New Jersey, Chairman of the Subcommittee
Thank you very
on
much,
African
Mr.
Global
Chairman.
Health. Thank you.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your service and for your leadership. I certainly like the use of your phrase, race to the top, if only that were true when it comes to respect for human rights among many countries around the world, including China and Cuba. You know, Ileana Russ-Layton, we co-chaired that hearing just 3 weeks ago, and Berta Soler sat right where you sat. We were all concerned about her welfare and well-being going back, and of course she was arrested when she went back for speaking the truth. On Friday, her case and that of all the dissidents hopefully will be front and center. It has to be. I also, a couple of years ago, I've chaired 49 hearings on human rights abuses in China. I can't even get a visa to go there anymore. We had 5 daughters who testified, all of whom their fathers are political democracy prisoners. And one of them, no, all of them, in unison, as the hearing went on, asked to meet with President Obama. They said, he has 2 daughters, he'll understand. I tried for months to arrange that meeting, 5-10 minutes, with these unbelievably wonderful 5 daughters speaking out for their dads in prison in China. We couldn't get it. I respectfully ask, perhaps you can help make that happen. Gao Zhejiang's daughter is one of those. I know you know about Gao's case, and perhaps you might even meet with them as well. Let me ask you on Nigeria, Mr. Secretary, will you immediately seek to restart and significantly expand critical military training of human rights vetted Nigerian armed forces to combat the existential threat posed by Boko Haram? On Iran, the status of Pastor Abedini, Robert Levinson, Hekmati, and Jason Rezaian from the Washington Post. Do you expect that they'll be free soon? And then on the issue of child abduction, several deadlines have arrived or are imminent pursuant to the Sean and David Goldman International Child Abduction Prevention and Return Act. And I want to thank you publicly again for your strong personal support for the new law, including the process to develop and to enter appropriate procedures, including MOUs, with non-Hague countries with unresolved child abduction cases like India. Japan, as you know, which signed the Hague, has been breathtakingly unresponsive, especially to abductions that occurred prior to the ratification of the Hague Convention. Iraq war vet Michael Elias from northern New Jersey and numerous parents from the NGO back home have been utterly, utterly frustrated even to meet with their children, much less get them back. And then there's the issue of India. Bindu Phillips is a New Jersey mother of twin boys abducted to India 6 years ago. Bindi got full custody in a New Jersey court, testified before my subcommittee 2 years ago, and this past Monday I met with her in my office in New Jersey, and she pleaded with you, Mr. Secretary, to help her to get her kids back. And I just want to ask you, because I know you have a heart for this, did President Obama raise child abduction cases with Prime Minister Modi when they met in late January? Did you raise it on your trip earlier in that month? And if so, what was Mr. Modi's response?
Well, we have raised those cases. We raise them in every conversation that we have. In fact, we raise all of our missing citizens. We have a number of them in various parts of the world, and we raise them on a consistent basis, not only through our embassies, but any time that I visit, either here or go somewhere, and we meet at high levels, we raise these issues by name. We have raised the names of the folks, Mr. Abedini, Mr. Hekmati, Mr. Levinson, Mr. Rezaian, most recently when I was in Geneva just a couple days ago. And we consistently, and we're working them. We actually have a process now in place where we're working them quietly, trying to see what could be arranged. With respect to the child abduction, I've worked on that very, very hard when I was here. I've worked on it as the Secretary and had a very tragic case from my state of Massachusetts of a gentleman whose kids were stolen and taken back to Egypt, and we've been trying to get access and back and so forth. We have about a caseload of about 1,000 international parental abduction cases, and we are trying to expand the Hague Abduction Convention to efforts throughout the world. We have approximately 75 professionals who are full-time assisting parents with respect to this horrendous plight that they face. I mean, there's nothing worse, obviously. And I applaud and thank you for your constant focus on these issues, Congressman. You're really the primary focus of the entire Congress on this, and we appreciate it enormously. With respect to Nigeria, I visited there recently in order to try to keep the election process from leading to violence. We knew there was the possibility of some delay. Now we're trying to make sure that this delay does not become an excuse for rigging the election, trying to steal it, and we're working hard to have a transparent election, which would then give us leadership one way or the other prepared to move forward on the military training, on the efforts to coordinate on Boko Haram. And as you've seen, the neighbors have come together, Chad, Cameroon, others, in an effort to try to put pressure on Boko Haram, and I'm confident that over time we'll be able to. We've done the proper Leahy vetting with respect to the units that we were training in Nigeria. I assure you that has not been the problem in our training program disruption. Unfortunately, equipment was not delivered to them internally that should have been given them, and frankly, there have been some leadership challenges with respect to that. So hopefully this election can clear the air and put us in a position to move forward on an effort against Boko Haram and to do some of the training that you've talked about.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We go now to Mr. Gregory Meeks of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Let me first, some has said that the United States no longer leads. I think they mean leading in a unilateral way. I want to compliment you on leading in this administration because I think leadership in today's world means leading in a multilateral way. And what you and this administration have done was bring a lead by bringing countries together, whether it is bringing the countries together on the P5+1, which those sanctions is what put Iran into the position that it currently is in, whether it's bringing countries together to fight Ebola, bringing countries together where we deal with the Ukrainian and the Russian situation, bringing countries together to deal with ISIL. That's leadership, and it's difficult leadership when everybody have their own competing interests. And I think that the leadership that we're doing today so that we can share this world that has shrunk by talking about we just can't do it our way by ourselves with no one else is real leadership, is hard work, and it is sometimes it is not thankful. So I appreciate the work that you're doing in that regards. Now, and it's difficult because when I look at my constituents, for example, even going back to 2003, they've had a sense of both hope and skepticism when multilateral negotiations regarding Iran's nuclear program was initiated. And there have been many stops and starts since that time, and my constituency has expressed strong concern over the years about the prospects of an agreement with Iran. The current multilateral negotiations, of course, are no exception. And today we are at the principe of a deadline set by the P5+1 under the Joint Plan of Action. So my question simply is, and I want to ask three questions, I'm going to try to be quiet so you can answer them all on this area, is should my constituents that are so concerned, and they tell me it's concerned and it's emotional for them because they're really concerned about the threat to Israel and about Iran having a nuclear weapon. So should they be hopeful or skeptical at this point in the current negotiations? And what would you consider a comprehensive agreement, knowing that we're not there, if we can do that? And how does the administration's budget support that end? That's on Iran. Quickly, I went to Asia just last week. I visited Singapore, Malaysia, and Japan. Clearly there, being on the ground was very helpful. Can you just tell us how important, when we look at TPP, for example, just on an economic side, but as I talked to some of those countries, they were looking at it also from a geopolitical aspect, how important it was for us to have a presence in the region. So how important is TPP with reference to geopolitically on top of the economics? And then when you talk about Vietnam, maybe even talking about capacity building therein. Let me keep quiet, give you with the few minutes I have, because I just wanted to know whether we had any other tools, because I chair subcommittee on Europe.
Can you just
about
clarify the second part of
ahead.
your question, which was how do we support that end regarding your constituents? What was the...
Well, the question is, I wanted to know whether or not with my constituents who are skeptical.
All right, I got it. If it's skeptical, I think. Look, I think it's fair to be skeptical until you see the agreement, and it's important to be hopeful. And that's the way I'd put it. I'm not sitting here expressing confidence. I'm expressing hope, because I think we are better off with a viable, acceptable, good diplomatic agreement than with the other choices. But it remains to see whether or not we can get that kind of an agreement. So I think they ought to be, it's healthy to approach something with a certain amount of skepticism until proven otherwise. But I wouldn't be damning it on the skepticism. I would just wait and be hopeful and see what we can produce. Give us a chance to show. I mean, look, remember how many people, I can remember sitting here, and I won't go into who said what, but there were plenty of folks in this committee who said, terrible agreement, you're giving away the store, this can't work, they won't live up to it. I sat and listened to all of that. And I said, we have to, proof's in the pudding. Well, guess what, folks? They've lived up to every single piece of it. The 20% enriched uranium has been taken down to zero. Fuel's been shipped out. Stockpile is lowered. They have given us access to Fort Howe. They've given us access to the storage sites of centrifuges. They've given us access to the milling of uranium, the mining. I mean, we've had, they've stopped Iraq. They didn't do any further work on it. Everything they said, so that in effect, they agreed to roll back their program, and they rolled it back. So we're beginning now with a, frankly, baseline of a year of measurement. And you can't just dismiss that and throw it out the window. So I think that's cause for hope. And that's all I'd say about it at this point in time. On TPP, of course there's a geopolitical component to this. If the rules of doing business are written by people who don't adhere to our standards of doing business, that's a race to the bottom. And if we're not helping to bring countries together to create an understanding of how we're going to treat each other in business, of what kind of access we have, of non-tariff barriers being eliminated, of fair trade in certain products and so forth. If there aren't rules that raise the standards, we're in trouble. Now, I'll tell you right now, labor standards, environment standards, business standards are all going to be written into this agreement in ways that they haven't been previously. And in a place like Vietnam, I know Vietnam pretty well because I was involved in the effort to open up to end the embargo with George H.W. Bush, and then ultimately the normalization. And I've seen the transformation that's taken place. People are living a higher standard of living. People have the right to strike. They do strike. There are labor rights. It's not as uniform as in the United States, but a huge transformation is taking place. And there's no question in my mind that being able to implement this will be a game changer for people's attitudes and possibilities as we go forward in the future. And China has actually said to us, could we join this ultimately? And we've said, of course you can, if you're prepared to adopt the standards. So this is geostrategic. It is vital to America's presence in the region. And I urge everybody to think of it in that context. And that's part of the reason why TPA is so important.
We're going now to Mr. Dana Rohrabacher of California, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Europe and Emerging Threats.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And again, although we ask pointed questions, we wish you the best of luck and are very proud of the hard work that you're doing, even though we may have some disagreements with specific policy. Seems to me about your opening statement when you talked about how complicated the world is right now as compared to what confronted the greatest generation. I'd just like to respectfully disagree with you. The fact is that I believe what the difference was not that the world wasn't so complicated, but that the greatest generation knew how to set priorities. And Reagan exemplified that in the Cold War when he said, "What's your goal with the Soviet Union," who was our primary enemy at that time? He said, "We win, they lose." And he knew that that was his number one goal. And by the end of his administration, we had eliminated the Cold War without a direct confrontation, military confrontation, with what we had been at war with in the Cold War. I think that today we should set the priority, which is who is our primary enemy? Who is the primary threat to the well-being and security of our people? And I think that we have to come to the realization that it's radical Islam is the primary threat to our safety. And I know our president has a little bit of difficulty saying those words together about radical Islamic terrorism, but I have no problem saying it. And that is the primary enemy for the security of our people. And that includes, by the way, the mullah regime in Iran. Just right off the bat, when you mentioned that the mullahs had actually went ahead and they have actually moved forward and accomplished the agreements that they had pledged to do about nuclear weapons. Did the mullah regime tell us about the existence of this new nuclear facility that our friends in the MEK, who were permitting to sit out in the middle of the desert invulnerably, did we know about that nuclear facility?
Well, you're saying it's a nuclear facility. That is yet to be determined, but we know about the facility, yes.
So the mullahs, had the mullahs disclosed that facility to us?
Well, it has not been revealed yet as a nuclear facility. It is a facility that we are aware of, which is on a list of facilities we have, and I'm not going to go into greater detail, but these things are obviously going to have to be resolved as we go forward.
Okay. Let me note that most of us have been somewhat upset because, again, the administration seems unable to prioritize the helping of our major friends. To us, to me, a major friend is who is the greatest enemy of our enemy, who can help bring down our enemy the most. And, for example, we have left, and again, this leads to a question, we have left the most heroic person in this effort, Dr. Afridi, the heroic individual who helped us bring to justice Osama bin Laden. And Osama bin Laden, the man who helped plan the murder, the slaughter of 3,000 Americans on 9/11, yet the man who helped us bring him to justice has been sitting in a dungeon in Pakistan, and what do we get? I mentioned this to you last year, and he's been sitting there the whole year, and yet the administration is still planning to give more than $500 million in aid to the government that has basically committed the ultimate hostile act and slap in our face by putting Dr. Afridi in jail. Are we going to hold back any of that $500 million until they let Dr. Afridi go?
Are we what?
Are we going to withhold any of the aid, that $500 million in aid that we're proposing, until they let Dr. Afridi go? And what message does that give to our friends if we let Dr. Afridi sit in that prison? Well, and this is a message to the Kurds and everybody else. We're not going to help you. You may put yourselves in the line for us, but we're going to let you die a lingering death if that's what, rather than make some tough choices.
Well, we're not doing that, Congressman. We're actually, and I respect and appreciate your passionate concern for Dr. Afridi, which I share, and I have raised this. I raised it formally with President Zardari, and I've raised it now with Prime Minister Sharif. We've raised it at the highest levels. We believe his incarceration is both unjust, unwarranted, unfair, counterproductive to our efforts, and we have made that case.
We've made the case. Are we going to withhold? Are we going to hold the support, Mr. Secretary?
We believe the best way to try to solve this problem is to do this through the diplomatic channels, through regular communication, direct and high-level engagement, which has a chance of being successful.
Well, that's where we disagree, Mr. Secretary.
I know.
I don't
We
think you've
disagree.
been successful at it, and it's symbolic to our the Kurds. We spend we have more
I can
trying to
guarantee you-
placate the people who are not our best friends in Iraq, and at the expense of the Kurds. We want to put them secondary, make sure they're put down in a subservient role to Baghdad. This whole idea of we can't prioritize and stand behind our friends is a problem. I think it's a strategic error on the part of the administration.
Well, nobody is condoning or allowing people to be, quote, put down. In fact, we fought very hard for the arming which is taking place of the Peshmerga and of the Kurds, for the oil deal that was made between Baghdad. In fact, it's the direct contrary of what you just said. We're actually elevating the capacity.
When you were here last year, there's one thing. We asked you about, could we give weapons directly to the Kurds? Are we doing that now? Are we still saying it has to be approved by
Some things have
Baghdad?
gone to them directly. Some things have gone through Baghdad, and that's appropriate. And it's working. Baghdad has seen to it that they're getting what they need and has worked very effectively in coordination with them. That's one of the virtues of what Prime Minister Abadi is bringing to the table right now. But I want to go back to your original comment, which I think really merits a moment, Mr. Chairman. When you say you disagree that there wasn't a greater simplicity to the choices of World War II, I'm not diminishing it. No, I'm one of the greatest admirers in the world. I'm in awe of what they did. I go back, I've been to the beaches of Normandy, I don't know, 15, 20 times. To me, it's religious ground. It's an amazing place. And everything that went on in that war is stunning in terms of the coordination of global effort to defeat fascism, tyranny, dictatorship. I don't simplify that. But I'm telling you, it was, in terms of a choice, it was communism, fascism, and tyranny versus democracy, freedom, and liberty.
But it wasn't. We sided with the Soviet Union because we knew they were less priority. The Nazis and the Japanese.
Because they were
the
going to
highest
help us
priority.
defeat that particular
Correct.
We understand
just want to
both the
finish.
gentleman's points.
What
but,
you have today, what's been released as a result of the fall of the Berlin Wall and all of the things that have happened with the Arab Spring, you have complications of tribes all over the place with different agenda. You have Sunni versus Shia. You have Arab versus Persian. You have culture and Middle East and modernity and and religion, a host of things and different agenda by different countries that are part of different efforts. For instance, the coalition to deal with ISIL is split on whether or not there ought to be a focus on Assad or not a focus on Assad. That's a complication. You begin to do one thing, you lose some. You do the other, you lose others. How do you hold them together? That was not the problem with respect to the challenge of whether or not you had to beat the folks in the Pacific and win in Europe at the same time in World War II. So there is a huge difference in how states are behaving today and in what their economic power is and what choices they have.
We go now to Mr. Series of New Jersey, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. Mr. Secretary, one of the things that I read was that the largest democracy in the Western Hemisphere encouraged us to get rid of our embargo with Cuba, that it would help the relationship. I'm just wondering why some of these countries are not speaking up against the abuses that go on in Cuba and in Venezuela. I mean, somebody pointed out before that a 14-year-old boy was shot like yesterday. Places like Brazil, how come they don't say anything about the human rights abuses? How come they don't say anything? I mean, if they encouraged us, it seems like we were left alone. And I just think they're fearful of Cuba stirring up the university students in some of these countries.
I don't know if that's the reason they don't do it, but I don't disagree with you. And not only, by the way, in this hemisphere, I think that there are a lot of countries in Europe and elsewhere that have been willing to do business without any kind of voice of accountability for those kinds of abuses. I think one of the things that will happen with our diplomatic presence, frankly, is an ability to help mobilize that, and we ought to. We're not going to turn our backs on one notion of what is important with respect to human rights, democracy, change, so forth, and we've made that clear.
Well, we can go on, but I got a couple other questions.
I'm sure you could.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Colombia, I have a great deal of Colombia population in my district. Some of the Colombians are concerned about our decision of sending Harrison, our envoy, to participate in this treaty. They feel that if things don't turn out well, Santos has somebody to blame, which has always been the ugly American in South America, which is us. I know that he asked. I know that we complied with his ask. But I was just wondering, what do we really get out of this other than if it doesn't go well and the Colombian people turn down this pact, we're going to end up being the bad guys?
Well, let me tell you why I don't think we will. But it's a good point, and it's an appropriate question to ask because under the wrong circumstances, it's possible that could happen. We are not at the table. We are not a negotiating partner in this.
But the impression out there seems that, we sent this Harrison over.
We are doing this in order to try to help facilitate, if it is possible, because they believe that the United States could be very helpful as a friend and a partner because we have existing assistance programs to Colombia that are helping to lay the groundwork for the implementation of a possible peace agreement. And because we've been so committed through the years. I mean, you all, certainly those of you in the top daises here, were deeply involved in helping to do this. 1990s, Plan Colombia, highly controversial. We put $1 billion and more on the line. We became deeply engaged, and together with the leadership of Colombians, a country that was near failed, certainly failing, turned itself around to become one of our most important trade partners and allies in the region.
But they were pretty much outcast, Colombia, because they were dealing so much with us. And that's the concern. And the last question I have is...
Sure, but look at the success they are today. Measure their success today against countries that haven't chosen to do that. I think Colombia is a leader as a result, and I think other countries are saying, maybe we're missing out. I think there's an effort we can make to do a better job of reaching out into Latin America. We're trying to do that. That's part of what's in this budget, by the way, in the $1 billion we're trying to put on the line.
I'm just concerned that we're going to end up looking bad as usual. And the last question I have is, where is our progress with Joanne Chesimard as far as being sent back to the United States to face trial, Joanne Chesimard is the Black Liberation Movement, the woman that killed a state trooper in New Jersey, and I read where the Cuban government said, that's out of the question, we're not sending her back.
We are continuing to seek the return from Cuba of fugitives from U.S. justice. We raised these cases. We've raised the case of Joanne Chesimard. We've raised the case of William Guillermo Morales with the Cuban government during the migration talks that just took place a few weeks ago. We raised those cases when we met with them in January. There's a meeting here Friday that raised the cases again on Friday. And we've had some limited success in recent years. There are 4 non-Cuban national, U.S. national fugitives who've been returned to the United States since 2011. We're going to continue these discussions in the context of this new relationship, and hopefully it might open a door.
Mr. Steve Chabot of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Secretary. Last week, State Department spokeswoman Marie Harf espoused the interesting proposition that we should create a jobs program for people who might be inclined to support groups like ISIS. jobs for jihadists. She didn't call it that, but I will. And just where will these jobs come from? I guess not at the mall. It's apparently too dangerous to work there now. And are these shovel-ready jobs, or are they yet to be created like Keystone Pipeline jobs? And Mr. Secretary, did Ms. Harf consult with anyone else in the State Department, yourself or anyone, before announcing this new initiative? If not, who did she consult with? I realize that, according to Ms. Harf, many of us are not nuanced enough to grasp the wisdom of such an enlightened proposal, but I, and I'm sure some of my colleagues would appreciate some insight on just where in the heck this idea came from.
Well, Congressman, let me make it absolutely clear. That is not what she was saying. If you take the full breadth of what Marie Harf was talking about, in fact, what she was talking about is the notion that if all we do is have a military approach to the problem of violent religious extremism, whether it's Islamic or other, or whether there's violent extremists, we're going to fail. You will have the next Secretary of State or the one thereafter, a continuum of presidents coming to you with new acronyms for new groups that are a threat. And everything that came out of our White House summit on violent extremism underscored the fact that there's one component that you have to do for sure, which is the military. You have to take ISIS fighters off the battlefield the way we are, and that's for certain. But if you don't want them just replenished, like those 3 kids from Britain who just traveled ostensibly to Syria to join up.
Yeah, another very disturbing thing that happened.
Okay,
Absolutely.
well, let me just go further. It's not just kids from Britain. There are several thousand people from Russia. There are multiple hundreds of people from France, from Germany, from Australia. The Australians are in the targets now. I mean, this is a spreading cancer, and it is not going to be eliminated by just shooting at people once they finally get to the battlefield. Everything that came out of the conference we just had the other day pointed to the need to deal with prevention. And a very distinguished professor who testified there, Dr. Peter Newman from King's College in London, specifically, who's done years of research on this, talking about the nearly 4,000 people who've gone since 2012 from Berlin, London, Stockholm, and Paris. So they're all young people. And you can find them on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, Tumblr, social platforms. They're talking, kicking back and forth, and nothing's answering it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I've got limited time here. I think I gave you extensive time to answer the question. I understand that it wasn't a...
Don't make fun of what she was talking
We've got an awful lot of people, young people, that are unemployed in this country, and I think we ought to work on that as opposed to
that's not what she was talking
future
about.
jihadists. Well, it sure sounded like it. I know it was awfully nuanced, but let me move on. Mr. Secretary, in mid-January, Taiwan's President Ma decided to release former President Chen Shui-bian on medical parole. As you may know, my Democratic colleague, Inifelia Mavega, and I visited President Chen, former President Chen, in prison. He had a whole range of medical conditions, multiple strokes, severe depression, Parkinson's disease, and on and on. We beseeched President Ma to issue a medical parole. He ultimately, or humanitarian parole, he ultimately did. I give him credit for that, but it was only for 30 days. And he'll probably, unless there's some change, be taken back. His condition was just startling. I would urge you to look at the case. I know it's an internal problem. I'd like to say a country, Taiwan. You know, the PRC doesn't like that, but they are a de facto country, and I know that we, for the most part, consider that to be the case, although it's not necessarily our policy. And you can't tell them what to do, but I would urge the administration to look at that matter, and to the extent that we can exercise some reason on the Taiwanese government, that parole be made permanent so he can stay with his family.
Will do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
We go to Mr. Connolly of Fairfax, Virginia. Jerry Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, we had a hearing a few weeks ago, and The inspection model, the nuclear inspection model of South Africa came up, and the assertion was made that South Africa might be the ideal model for unannounced, unpredicted, complete access, anytime, anywhere, you name it, we get to inspect, and South Africa's agreed to that. Have we thought about using the South Africa model for IAE inspections with respect to our negotiations with Iran?
We're examining every possible model. We're looking at Japan, South Africa, all existing enriching country models, and we also have to measure whatever those models are against a particular country we're dealing with, but that's what we're doing.
I think some of us would be very interested in hearing more about that as you proceed. You've counseled us to keep our powder dry. After all, there is no agreement yet. I think you, surely, having been in Congress as long as you were in Congress, you can understand, however, that there's anxiety about, well, waiting means that I'm handed a fait accompli. We don't amend the agreement. And meanwhile, we have the head of another government coming to speak to Congress under circumstances that, in my view, are shameful, but nonetheless, he's coming. And he's not keeping his powder dry. And he is somebody, as the ranking member indicated, with an existential concern about this. And he says, that's going to be a bad agreement. It's so bad, that's why I'm coming to speak to Congress. I've got to go over the heads of the Secretary of State and the President of the United States and plead with Congress and the American public to derail this agreement because it's going to threaten Israel and, frankly, other nations in the region. So he's not keeping his powder dry, Mr. Secretary.
Pardon?
He's not keeping his powder dry, and it's awfully hard for us to pretend he is.
And that's something that you and people in Israel and everybody else have to make your judgment about. I'm not going to get dragged into that particular choice or how it came about. I don't think that's helpful. I will say this.
It's his criticism I'm asking you to address.
Well, let me say this. The Prime Minister, as you recall, was profoundly forward-leaning and outspoken about the importance of invading Iraq under George W. Bush, and we all know what happened with that decision. He was extremely outspoken about how bad the interim agreement was, during which time he called it the deal of the century for Iran, even though it has clearly stopped Iran's program, and more importantly, he has decided it would be good to continue it. So, you know, I talk to him frequently. We work very, very closely together. We are deeply committed, this administration. I think we've done more to help Israel. I have a packet of 25 pages or more of things we've done on behalf of Israel in the course of this administration to stand up for it, stand with it, protect, fight back against unfair initiatives. So we won't take a backseat to anybody in our commitment to the state of Israel, but he may have a judgment that just may not be correct here. And, you know, let's wait and hear what he says. I'm not going to prejudge his statement any more than he should prejudge this agreement. But when we've heard, if appropriate, I'll respond.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My other question has to do with the Minsk agreement. Since Minsk I, there have been over 300 violations, according to the European Union, and in part Minsk II exists because Minsk I kind of melted away with Russian aggression. Is Minsk the right framework for us, given Russian aggression, given what's just happened in eastern Ukraine? And does it sufficiently address the illegal annexation, which should never be recognized, of the Crimea? Doesn't all of this flow from the fact that perhaps the West was a little slow in responding to what happened in Crimea?
No, that's not what it flows from at all. And the answer is the Minsk agreement, if it were implemented, would be a good way to de-escalate, and that's what everybody hopes for. This does not flow from what President Putin chose to do with respect to Crimea, which elicited a beginning response with respect to sanctions. It flows from a view Mr. Putin holds about the new Russia that he talks about and about his efforts to try to push back against what he feels is a threat from Europe and from us in the West in encroaching in what he deems to be his sphere of influence. We don't deal with spheres of influence in that way. We deal with independence and sovereignty of nations and respect for agreements. The Bucharest Agreement says we would all protect, Russia included, would protect the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And long ago, through the United Nations and other agreements, the respect for international boundaries and lines and not taking territory by force and subterfuge has been the standard for which nations have been trying to fight. And President Putin clearly has made a set of choices that violate all of that. So in Luhansk and Donetsk and now in Debaltseve, he has empowered, encouraged, and facilitated directly land grabs in order to try to destabilize Ukraine itself. And it stems from his policy, his decisions, which violate all the international norms with respect to territory and behavior. So we have, I think, made it very clear. Look, I don't think anybody in this committee is suggesting the United States ought to be sending the 101st Airborne at this moment, or the 82nd, or something even greater than that. That's not what I hear. I think people feel that this is a time for smart policy. And it is clear that from the policy we've put in place, the Russian ruble is down 50%. There's been $151 billion of capital flight from Russia. Russia is about to go into recession this year, according to economic predictions. So I think while Putin may be achieving this short-term stuff, the long-term is a problem. The long-term for Russia. And I think we're pursuing a policy that is smart and effective at the same time. And our preference is to de-escalate this, get back to the norms, and restore a relationship with Russia that could be more public, more productive in many, many different respects.
Thank you. Mr. Mike McCall, Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, let me just say sincerely, I want to thank you for your service in these very challenging times that we find ourselves in. And I also want to, I appreciate your comments about the greatest generation. My father was a B-17 bombardier in the European theater. Truly was a great and is a great generation. They were all in, and they were all in to win, and they won. And they defeated fascism. I see a new threat, and it is Islamist extremism. And it seems to me the best homeland security policy we can have is to eliminate the threat where it exists rather than it coming into the United States. Before this committee, we will be deliberating an authorization for the use of military force. We had a meeting with White House officials, chairman and myself and others, and we're presented with the president's policy on this. I must say the reception was not a warm one. I have concerns of a timetable, telling ISIS how long we're in the fight, concerns about tying the hands of our generals, concerns about usually an authorization is asked for by the Congress to expand the president's authority and the military's powers rather than restrict them. I cannot support this authorization as presented by the administration. The authorization I would like to see, I'd like to get your opinion on, would be an authorization to degrade and destroy ISIS wherever they exist. Can you tell me whether you would support an authorization like that?
Well, that's in the authorization. There's no geographic limit purposefully in order to be able to destroy them wherever they exist. And the President's thinking, which I agree with respect to the continuation, is, look, there's a huge divide in Congress. We all know that. There was an unhappy experience with a prolonged war in Iraq that became a war of choice and which didn't, in most people's judgment, have to be fought. And people are tired. They don't want to go back and do another 14-year, military excursion. And there's a divide as to sort of how do you balance this. So what the president did, I came up and testified on the AUMF in December. We listened to both sides of the aisle, where some people were resisting the idea of something that's open-ended, where you're going to be working 14, 15 years from now on the same authorization. And the president, I think, thoughtfully and appropriately said, you know what? Congress ought to be able to unite. The American people ought to be able to speak with one voice to say, we are going to go out.
And if I could just, it sounds like a political document.
We're going to destroy and degrade
ISIS. Well, and I agree, it says wherever it exists, but it puts a lot of limitations on our military. And I think all the options should not be taken off the table. I think that's a dangerous precedent. This would restrict the president's authority compared to the 2001 AUMF that he has current authority under. I'd like to ask you, and I appreciate your letter of response on the Syrian refugees.
But Congressman, can I just say to you very quickly?
I have
the reason for giving the next, nobody knows who the next president is. The next president ought to have the right to be able to say, I need more, I want more, or let's continue it the way it is. Nothing is going to stop you from doing that. The policy clearly is committed to degrade and destroy ISIS.
And we agree on the policy. I just don't think you can achieve that goal if you put restrictions on the military. You were in the Vietnam conflict. We had a micromanaged war that I think didn't allow our troops to win that war. And I don't want to make the same mistake with ISIS. And I think our precipitous withdrawal without a status of forces agreement, quite frankly, created ISIS to some extent. Syrian refugee issue. I had a hearing on this. I had the FBI testify. We have 500 refugees in this country. But the plan of the State Department, as I understand it, is to bring thousands more in to the country as we're trying to block foreign fighters from coming into the United States from Western Europe and Americans who have traveled. The idea of bringing in thousands of Syrian refugees, I think, poses a potential risk to Americans. That was borne out not only by Homeland Security officials at my hearing, but the FBI made it very clear that they don't have the intelligence and the proper databases to properly vet these Syrian refugees who would be coming into the United States under your program, this federally sanctioned program to bring in refugees. I think this raises serious risks and concerns, and I think that rightly so when the FBI is telling me that and agreeing with that as well. Can you tell me what your plan is?
Well, the plan is to engage in what we would call super vetting. I mean, an extraordinary level of vetting. And if the FBI is not satisfied, I'm quite confident that people aren't going to be allowed in. So I don't see this as a conflict. I mean, we have amazing ways of being able to dig down and dig deep. We're doing it now, by the way, with respect to the Syrian opposition that is being vetted in order to join up to the training and equip program. I think we're about, well, I'm not going to put the numbers out here, but there's a disparity between the numbers who have signed up and the number who have absolutely been proved and who have entered the program. And I think the same thing will happen here.
Well, and I'll close with it. I was in Jordan. I saw the refugees, and I agree.
Most
are women, they're mothers and children.
We've been doing this for years now.
Well, we made some mistakes with Iraq. The Iraqis have been prosecuted for being terrorists. But the Minister of Interior and Security in Jordan told me, personally, I don't know who these people are. I don't know who they are because I don't have intelligence to vet them. So
I think the vetting will reach the security minister of Jordan and others, and when they weigh in accordingly, I don't think you're going to see those people coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ted Deutsch, Ranking Member of the Middle East Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here. I also want to extend sincere thanks for your service at a really crucial and difficult time in our history. Thank you for that. I want to talk about Iran and where we stand at the moment. I first want to follow up on Mr. Smith's comments from earlier. I'm grateful for the way that you speak up about the Americans who are being held, and I just would implore you to continue to turn up the pressure. In my case specifically with respect to my constituent Robert Levinson, one of two things it seems are going to happen over the coming months. Either negotiations will succeed and there'll be some agreement on the nuclear issue, or we're going to have to figure out how to deal with Iran's other despicable behavior, or negotiations fall apart. Either way, pressure will significantly decrease on Iran to cooperate. In the case of Mr. Levinson, on March 9th, Mr. Secretary, Bob Levinson will mark the 8th, his family will mark the 8th anniversary of his disappearance. You'll meet your Iranian counterparts many times between now and then, and now and the end of March, and I thank you for raising it, and I implore you to continue to do so. Now, with respect to where we stand, you asked us not to prejudge, and I don't think that we need to prejudge, but I think it's only fair to be able to comment on reports, media reports about where this may be headed, particularly since often, let's be honest, a lot of the reports include information that comes from the administration. So given that, just a couple of points. On enrichment, you had said earlier that you came and sat before our committee as others suggested the JPOA might not work. But also, if I recall at that hearing, with respect to enrichment, in the JPOA, it referred to a mutually agreed upon level of enrichment, which you suggested might well be 0. It's not just actions taken in prior administrations. The UN 7 times in security resolutions suggested that there would be no enrichment. So the frustration that some have when you look at a deal that may ultimately include as many as 6,000 or 7,000 centrifuges is trying to understand why Iran would need that many, since currently there is one nuclear reactor that's fueled by Russian fuel. They can't use any of the uranium they're enriching to fuel that reactor. There's just some concern about how we've gotten to that point. That's number one. Number two, when you talk about Iranian compliance with the JPOA, you said that the IAEA has certified that they've complied in every way, but Deputy Secretary Blinken testified just last month that there were situations that we believe were violations of the JPOA, and I'd like to know what those were and what it says about Iranian intentions for a long-term agreement if they're already violating those terms. Next, on the issue of PMD, also the IAEA there published 12 sets of questions about Iran's past work, and Iran has only partially tackled one of those issues. Again, as we look toward a potential agreement, how can we be assured that Iran will comply with it if they're not willing to come clean on what they've done in the past? I'd ask if you can confirm that any deal can only be agreed upon if it provides for any time, anywhere inspections. And finally, for me and for a lot of us here, most importantly, the role of Congress. You had said yesterday on the Senate that, of course, we'll have a chance to review it and we'll have a vote because a vote will be necessary to ultimately terminate sanctions. That's clear to us. I appreciate your saying it. If you could speak to Congress's role going forward and answer also whether you believe we should start talking now, whether there's a role for Congress to play in talking about what would happen in the event there is a deal and in the event that Iran violates the terms of that deal. Would it be helpful for Congress to work with the administration to lay out specifically what the ramifications would be in that instance?
Well, Congressman, first of all, I want to impress on everybody that I find very helpful, and I think the administration finds very helpful, the discussions with you, whether here or in classified session. And we're not at all suggesting that by raising a question or making suggestions, as you've just had, about one potential complication or suspension to negotiate these other things. They're all fair questions, and they help us. We factor that in, and it helps us in terms of thinking about every aspect of the negotiation. That's different from actually condemning the deal and sort of turning off and saying there's no way this is going to work, or it's a bad deal, or you're about to make a bad deal, when you don't really have all of the components of the deal in front of you, and we don't even, because it's not yet resolved. So that's the distinction I'm trying to draw. But we welcome this kind of a question. And I would simply quickly say to you, the UN Security Council resolution, and I went back and reread it, in fact, in the middle of the negotiations this last few days. Paragraph 37 of the 1929 resolution, in fact, has not been lived up to. It hasn't been met, and it's not relevant to what we are doing right now, to be honest with you, because it talked about suspension of enrichment. Didn't say they can't enrich. Talked about suspension, and then the negotiations would decide what is or isn't allowed, as long as it meets the terms of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and so forth. So that's the negotiation we're in right now. Now, Wendy Sherman, in her discussion with you, I know did not raise any violations because there haven't been any violations. We have sanctioned individual companies during the course of this period of time with the interim agreement. We've actually imposed more sanctions. And we've sanctioned individuals, we've sanctioned companies, there's been an ongoing effort to hold the sanctions regime accountable. And the final thing I'd say to you is, Iran already operates light water reactors at Bushehr, fueled by the Russians, Russian design. And these reactors pose less of a risk for the potential of civilian power production than other types of reactors that are prohibited by the UN Security Council. So what they're doing now is not, in fact, a violation. And we've been clear in making, in defining that the purpose of the negotiations we're in now with Iran is to ensure that their nuclear program is exclusively for civilian purposes. That's the key here. They can have a civilian peaceful program. So when you get into the numbers of centrifuges and this and that, if you have a civilian power plant that's producing power legitimately and not a threat to proliferation, you could have as many as 190,000 or more centrifuges. And there are millions of centrifuges involved ultimately in power plants that are producing power. So the key here is this a peaceful program, and are the measures in place capable of making sure you know it's peaceful? That's the standard we're trying to apply.
We go now to Judge Ted Poe of Texas, Chairman of the Terrorism and Nonproliferation Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Start with ISIS. I think it's important that we define different participants in this war with ISIS. I think it's important that we define who the enemy is, whether it's ISIS or IS or ISIL or Daesh, as it's now being called. I define them as radical Islamic terrorists. I want to know what you define them as. The second question is, we need to define who the victims are that these folks are killing. The victims have been people who, in the name of free press, criticize them, Jews, Christians, and other Muslims who don't agree with their idea of Islam. And the third is, we need to define why they do this. What is the cause of this reign of terror throughout the world? My opinion is they do this in the name of their radical Islamic religious beliefs. And then the plan, what is the plan? We don't have time for you and I to discuss what the plan is to defeat them. So how would you define the enemy? Would you define them as Islamic radical terrorists?
Well, I think many of them are. Not all of them, but many of them are. And certainly the top leadership, al-Baghdadi and folks around him, are formulating their concept of the caliphate on the basis of their interpretation of Islam.
Okay.
So
some of them
to the degree they are establishing a caliphate and hanging some of their notions of of organization and discipline and battle based on that. There is a component of it that is a distorted sense of Islam.
Who are the victims?
Well, but let me also point out.
I'm sorry, I want to get an answer for all three questions.
I'm going to give you an answer. But also, there are a lot of criminals and thugs and adventurers and thrill seekers and involved in this. There's a kind of criminal anarchy in all of it, notwithstanding whatever basis they want to claim with respect to Islam. And it is important in coming at this that you not empower them through the language we use to be able to make the argument to their people that, in fact, we're at war with Islam. And they're building that up as a recruitment tool, and we create more of our own problem. I think that's what people are trying to be sensitive to here. Now, when you get into the deep analysis, yes, there are clearly very distorted sense of radical extreme Islam being put forward. The victims are anybody who stands in their way or people who are different or who have different beliefs. They can be Christians, they can be Yazidis, they can be officers and police officers who are Sunni and trying to stand up for their village or their town in Mosul. I mean, they go out and kill the mayor, they kill young kids, they'll kill people they think are apostates. So
define the third question.
Very complicated. And
Answer
the
the
third
third
piece
question.
of this, why do they do this? They do this for power and for the extension of the leaders, for their misguided notion of their caliphate and their desire to be the power that is defining not only their version of Islam, but to have the power within that region to run the show.
Reclaiming my time, I have another question on a different issue. Twitter. Under federal law, it is against the law to aid or assist or provide services to a foreign terrorist organization, as you know. Foreign terrorist organization, ISIS, uses Twitter to recruit, to raise money, and to spread its hate propaganda throughout the world. And myself and others have asked Twitter to pull down these sites because they are a foreign terrorist organization that is being allowed to do this. Twitter pulls down pornography sites, child pornography sites, without a problem. My question to you, Secretary Kerry, 4 years ago, the White House said they were going to come up with a plan to deal with this issue. I have seen no plan yet, 2011, but be that as it may. What is your position, the State Department's position, on Twitter allowing foreign terrorist organizations to use an American company to recruit, to raise money, and to spread their propaganda? We would have never allowed New York Times to take out an ad for the Nazis to recruit during World War II. Can I get an answer, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I'm
answer
anticipating
very
one.
quickly, the answer is we don't like it, and there's a lot of discussion taking place with all of the entities of social media to try to figure out how to minimize it. Now, we've made some progress. You haven't seen the videos that have been posted, and there are a lot of things that are being reduced. So some progress is being made. And the final comment I want to make, I neglected to say this, when you ask who the victims are, the primary, most significant number of victims are Muslims, and people really need to focus on that.
We are going to go to Mr. Brian Higgins of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just on the Iran issue, centrifuges, uranium enrichment, breakout capability. 10 years ago, Iran had about 164 operational centrifuges, which are the machines which mix uranium at supersonic speeds to create weapons-grade material. Today, there's over 19,000, and it's suggested that 9,400 of them are operational centrifuges to enrich uranium. How important is the number of centrifuges to the negotiations ongoing right now?
It's important.
Do we accept that Iran should have thousands of operational centrifuges to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes?
Well, that question is so general that it doesn't allow for the question of, what's their production level, what are they doing, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to get into the numbers at this point in time, except to say to you, we have established a critical measurement of needing a one-year breakout time for a reasonable period of time and an ability to be able to limit the impact of whatever is produced by whatever centrifuges are running. In other words, you have to look at what's the stockpile, what happens to the spent fuel, what happens to other things. So there's a larger equation of how you measure what is happening, but the answer is it is part of that equation, and we are very much focused on it.
Secretary, let me ask you this. We're sitting at the table with the Iranians negotiating, obviously, a very, very important issue relative to the nuclear program, relative to their nuclear intentions, not only to the region, but to the world. And concurrently, we are involved in Iraq, Syria, and the Iranian influence there, despite the Americans believing that we have a friendly government in Iraq, it seems as though the loyalties of that Iraqi government are more closely aligned with Iran and the Quds Forces commander Qasem Soleimani. The Shiite militias have been successful of late against the Islamic State, but the concern is they have a bad history with us. We authorize, the president's request for military force in Iraq, and we are going to be right in the midst of fighters who are experienced but also have a contemporary history of shooting our guys, essentially. So while we're both fighting ISIS, there must be concerns on the part of the American military about how do you influence the Shiite militias who will also be there fighting, the same target.
Well, we're greatly concerned about some of the behavior of some of the militia, and that has been raised very, very directly with Prime Minister Abadi. We've raised it with the Iranians. It's a component of the violence on the ground and has created some challenges with respect to the Sunni participation and some of the changes and reforms we're looking for. But by and large, writ large, Iranian engagement with respect to Iraq, while it is present in the form of Soleimani, as you say, and even some people fighting in the northeastern corners, the fact is that there was a greater direct day-to-day control and problem presented with former Prime Minister Maliki, which is one of the reasons why the Army wouldn't stand and fight in Mosul. And Prime Minister Abadi is working very hard to, with the oil deal made with Erbil, with the movement of weapons to the Peshmerga, with the inclusivity towards the Sunni tribes, to really change that dynamic. So yes, Iran has influence, Iran is present, Iran is doing things, but I think overall there is a concerted effort to focus on the problem of ISIL, and they're all focused on that.
We're going to go to Mr. Matt Salmon of Arizona, the chairman of the Asia Subcommittee.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask you about the U.S. hostage policy. As you know, Kayla Mueller, a young, idealistic, and inspiring Arizona woman who traveled to the Middle East to help Syrian refugees, was captured and held by ISIS terrorists for over 18 months before she was tragically killed in their captivity. While Kayla is the first American woman captured, held, and brutally killed by these terrorist thugs, other Americans have suffered this fate, which I hope we can all agree is unacceptable. Now, recently, Kayla's family gave an interview where they discussed what they went through over the last 18 months with the terrorists seeking $1 ransom. And then, after the administration announced that they had traded 5 known and dangerous terrorists for Sergeant Bergdahl, ISIS changed their demands from merely money to the release of a terrorist jailed here in the U.S. Essentially, once ISIS learned that the U.S. does indeed negotiate with terrorists, they demanded more for the life of Kayla Mueller. Of course, it goes without saying that the devastation the family felt when they realized President Obama would negotiate with terrorists for a soldier that deserted his unit, but not for their daughter. Mr. Secretary, I'd just like a yes or no answer on this, and then you can expound on the next part of the question. But were you consulted when the administration decided to conduct a prisoner swap for Sergeant Bergdahl? And can you just tell me yes or no?
Yes, I was consulted.
And now I'd like you to expound. Knowing what you now know, would you advise the administration to make a swap similar to Bergdahl, this Bergdahl deal in the future?
Bergdahl was a member of the military who was being held as a prisoner of a conflict. And as we draw down in any conflict, there are always, historically, exchanges of prisoners with respect to a conflict. He was not a hostage. Hostages are people who are civilians or individuals who are taken for the specific purpose of ransom, and we do not negotiate for ransom. That's our policy, and you can see the tracking.
And I'm not disputing that.
But look at the evidence of other countries who have paid. I'm not going to name them here, but they have had significant increases of their citizens being taken hostage, and there's just a revolving fund of money coming in from $5 million to $10 million to significant sums, and it funds terrorism. So it's a hard distinction. Kayla, just an extraordinary young woman.
And I'm sure you can understand why it's complicated, difficult for her parents to understand that distinction.
It's very hard, and we've talked to her parents, and our people have reached out. I won't tell you that every contact with one agency or another met with the response that perhaps it should have, or was handled as effectively as it might be, which is why President Obama has instructed a review of that process, and we've engaged in ourselves in the State Department. And we're doing a lot to deal with that. But the bottom line is ISIL is responsible for her death. We don't even know precisely how she died, but ISIL is responsible.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I totally agree that ISIL is responsible. But the distinction that's been made is something that I think is confusing to a lot of people, and it doesn't seem like it was very confusing to the ISIL folks, because they ended up upping the ante with her negotiations after this happened.
Actually, our interpretation is that they were never serious. The amounts of money that they put on Americans indicated it was unfortunately not a serious deal for them. But we don't pay money, we never have, and we're not going to start.
I'm not saying we should, but I do believe that the whole Bergdahl swap sent a message. This distinction you've talked about seems to me a distinction without a significant difference, and I think that it did send a message that we do negotiate with terrorists, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank the gentleman for yielding. We go to Mr. David Cicilline of Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your extraordinary work in promoting U.S. foreign policy all around the world and during very challenging times. So I think we're all grateful for your service. I have a series of questions that I'll submit for the record and ask for a written response related to Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, our relationship with Portugal and the Azores, international family planning, UN peacekeeping, the continued fight against Ebola in West Africa, and the 100th commemoration of the Armenian genocide. And I look forward to your responses on those issues. But I want to begin today to speak about the atrocities that we continue to hear reported in Syria, particularly torture and murder, and even some claims of the use of chemical weapons. Regardless of the person responsible for these crimes, I think most would agree that they warrant immediate attention by the international community. I know Russia and China have impeded our efforts at the United Nations. And I'm just wondering what we are doing to help push a referral to the International Criminal Court or other things to really hold those individuals accountable for the atrocities that are currently happening in Syria. And secondly, if you'd speak to, as we consider the President's request for the authorization of the use of military force, many of us are very concerned about what our partners in the region are doing, what the Europeans are doing. Should our Middle Eastern and Gulf allies, such as Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the UAE, and Egypt, be playing a more prominent role? Do they have the capacity to play a more prominent role? There's been a sort of universal consensus that this is going to require air operations and ground troops and a commitment not to use U.S. ground troops, but what is the capacity of our partners in the region? Are they, I know we heard a lot about 60 countries, but what are they actually doing? What do they have the capacity to do? And how much of this will necessarily fall on the United States to defeat and degrade and defeat ISIL or ISIS?
Thank you, Congressman. Good questions. On the ICC in Syria, I don't have any doubt in my mind that Bashar al-Assad has engaged in some war crimes in the course of this. I mean, the use of gas against your own citizens is a war crime. The use of barrel bombs indiscriminately against women and children. There are other examples. Starvation as a tool of war is a war crime. So there are things that have amounted to it. Now, mounting that kind of a case, putting together the evidence in the middle of the war is always very complicated, number one. And number two, there are other policy choices that are complicated about the actual lodging of a complaint, et cetera, and moving forward, because it can greatly affect the options that are then available to you in terms of negotiating and coming up with a political solution. So there hasn't been, at this point in time, I think there's evidence being collected, people are examining. You saw the photographs, I think, of the 10,000 or so people alleged to have been tortured. Many of those issues, by the way, there is not a clarity about the evidence as to who ordered it or who did it, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think cases are ripe, even though there's a lot of evidence. And for the moment, I think the appropriate entities are busy gathering and evaluating that evidence. I think some of it has already been referred to The Hague, but I'm not sure exactly what specifically. With respect to our allies in the coalition, we have said from day one that there are many different things that each country in the coalition can do. Some countries don't have the ability to contribute air power or to engage with troops, but they have an ability to contribute with respect to humanitarian assistance, or Japan, for instance, is doing humanitarian assistance. They have the ability to be able to provide assistance in turning off the flow of money by putting their financial systems and banking systems at the disposal of the effort to cut off the foreign financing. Almost every country has an ability to be able to contribute to try to reduce the flow of foreign fighters going in. So airport practices, police practices, exchange of information, intelligence sharing, all of these are part of the protocol that General Allen and Brett McGurk are coordinating with respect to this global coalition. And then, of course, there is the effort to change the messaging, to counter ISIS's message in discredit it in the religious community. And that effort is a very, very significant part of this, and all of those 60 nations are taking part in that one way or the other, through the social media, through conferences, by helping to organize their Muslim communities to have the mullahs, imams, clerics, grand muftis, others all speak out. Saudi Arabian grand mufti, the Egyptian grand mufti have spoken very clearly condemning ISIL as an organ of Satan, as a criminal enterprise that represents nothing to do with Islam. So there's an enormous amount of global enterprise now being focused on the effort of ISIL. But in the end, those who are in Syria I think we all understand are going to have to be taken on directly on the ground in addition to the air power. And a number of countries in the region have spoken of their willingness under the right circumstances to commit troops to that effort. And that is an ongoing policy debate that's taking place even now.
We're going to Mr. Darrell Issa of California.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for your service and for being, in many ways, one of the leading characters on foreign policy long before you came to this job. Today, we're primarily talking, obviously, about budget request, and I think I'll try to stick most of that. But I wanted to, first of all, thank you for the work that's being done on the 1, 2, 3 agreements, South Korea and China. I'm very supportive of our partner in South Korea and in trying to meet their expectations. Obviously, we have great concerns about any agreement with a country like China who has a record of not keeping those agreements. And we'll be looking at it, and I appreciate your continued work on it and the Assistant Secretary's work. Additionally, as we talked about just a little bit in the back, the embassy security around the world and the rate at which the State Department has slowed in the construction of new embassies and consulates, which, from my observation, both here and in another committee, seems to have more to do with a return to one-off designs rather than the standard build that was working so well for many years. Can you briefly tell us, can you say that the new system is going to deliver the same speed and cost that the other did? Because quite frankly, so far, the embassies being built, including the embassy in Beirut, that I'm deeply concerned about, appear to be, again, one of designs that have more architectural uniqueness to them than they should. Obviously, the moat that surrounds the unique design in London might be very British, but it concerns us at a cost of $1.2 billion. So do you have a commitment to at least use standard design whenever possible?
I think whenever possible we are, but it's not always possible just because of the setbacks, the locations where they are today. You know, part of this, Congressman, is probably best discussed in a classified session simply because if I start getting specific, then we get in, you know, it sort of telegraphs.
Mr. Secretary, I'll stop over any time you'll have me.
Yeah. Well, I think it's worth having you come over and spending a minute with Undersecretary Pat Kennedy and going through this, because a lot of thought has gone into it, some of it driven by the ARB report and the requirements to try to deal with that. You all have been terrific in helping us to be able to, you know, upgrade. We've got a massive upgrade effort going on now. And it is costly. I think there's about $2.2 billion going into the security.
Right, and I appreciate that. And you know, one of my major concerns, and we'll follow up in a more appropriate environment, but one of my major concerns is the rate at which new construction is occurring has clearly slowed over the last few years. And in some of the areas of greatest uncertainty as to whether or not the countries can keep their commitment to us in Africa and in the Middle East, are areas that I would hope that we can try to focus some of the funds on moving those forward. Let me switch to one nearly $1 billion activity. We've been working, our Oversight Committee here in Foreign Affairs has been working on the Foreign Affairs Security Training Center question. This $900 or so million program has had a lot of questions, and quite frankly, we're short some answers. And I would ask unanimous consent that the exchange between our Oversight Council and the Office of Management Budget be placed in the record. Mr. Secretary, I'll give you this, but what I would ask you to do is realize that we've been waiting for State Department to give us the details, whether done by OMB or done by State, the details of how the cost estimates were arrived at for the $900 million, and when they stripped out the actual accommodations, assuming they were going to go to hotel rooms that just don't happen to exist at Fort Pickett, how they got the other numbers. We were told to go to OMB. Our staff went to Office of Management and Budget, and they got told to come back to you effectively. Will you commit to us today to provide the source information and calculations? Because as it exists right now, I'll be very quick, we believe that the existing Georgia facility would be a fraction of the cost and would deliver to the men and women in the State Department training in a matter of weeks or months, where the other facility is going to take years and cost at least that $900 million estimate.
Well, Congressman, I'm happy to work through with you and have our guys work through with you the numbers on this. I've talked about it with them the other day, and the Department of State and the GSA looked at some 70 different properties before settling on, including very, very deep analysis of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. You know that.
Yes.
And on, the conclusion of that effort, looking at the site, reaffirmed that Fort Pickett was really the more suitable place for it. And that, resulted in an initial layout of some money. But let me just say to you, I'll give you a cost comparison. The department estimated
Might I suggest this, Mr. Secretary? Might I suggest that we do that in writing and we go now? Sure. We understand the point.
Bottom line, I'll just say to you is there actually are huge cost savings in going to Fort Pickett over flying people.
And thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the only thing I did want a commitment on was that we would get the source material so that we could evaluate it fairly, the GAO could evaluate it fairly.
That was the question about the source material.
I don't know exactly what you mean by the source material.
The source material. In other words, any and all cost analysis done by OMB or on behalf of the State Department.
I can commit to you.
That's all we're really asking for, is to see what you saw.
What I can commit to you is that they'll sit down with you and go through the cost analysis. Also on London, by the way, with the moat, et cetera, there was no outlay of tax dollars whatsoever for that because it was paid for entirely out of the sale of the other embassy building.
We'll go now to Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, ranking member of the Terrorism and Nonproliferation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the Secretary. I know firsthand by his absence from Massachusetts how hard he's been working throughout the world and how personally he's sacrificed for our country, and I want to thank you for that. I just want to follow up on an area of concern to me personally that we've been working on in this committee, and you did it briefly with an exchange with Chairman Royce regarding the U.S. Broadcasting Board of Governors, which I think is one of the more important areas we should stress. I'm hearing that time and time again from leaders from other European countries that have come to see me, and without exception, particularly in the Eastern European area, they're saying how one-sided it seems to them, how they're worried about Russia powering up their propaganda, and they're also concerned about the deployment of the Internet in terms of terrorist organizations. So also, similarly, with the Center for Strategic Counterterrorism Communications and working online with forums to build a better counter-narrative, how that could complement these efforts as well. So I'd just like to ask the Secretary what plans they have. I know that they're undertaken already, but what do you envision in that regard, and what the prospects of success and sort of ramping up our involvement with the Broadcasting Board of Governors and with the Strategic Center for Counterterrorism and Communications? It's an important area that I think is cost-effective for our funding and something that can be very helpful and send the right message to our allies in Europe as well.
You're absolutely correct. It does. And I think we've got about 300, if I recall, it's some $390 million that is going to go into, there are two separate initiatives here. One is the Counterterrorism Partnership Fund. The other is the Center for Strategic down at CENTCOM today working with them on this whole strategy for how we're going to be able to respond more effectively and deal not just with Russia's massive propaganda, but also ISIL and other entities. There's a real battle for the flow and control of information. So we are now putting together programs that will work with all of our embassies, with local partners. I'll give you an example. The UAE is setting up a center which we are taking part in, which will have various other countries represented that are going to manage responding real time on the social media. It's a brand new effort. It will further regional and global collaboration to try to counter violent extremism. And we are expanding this effort in line with the discussions we just had at the White House Summit on Violent Extremism. We've just appointed a special envoy and coordinator who will reinvigorate the original vision of how we take this mandate for information management and bring the communities, various communities around the United States, elsewhere, together to coordinate them in their ability. I'm talking about specifically identifiable, either Islamic or regional entities that have an ability to have an impact on those communities and coordinate their messaging. And we're still in the process of sort of laying down the entire plan of action, but in writ large, this will be a brand new coordinated communications effort, both through traditional media and social media, in order to maximize America's output of information and countering to the lies, the seductions, the propaganda, everything that takes place in all of those fora today.
Yeah. Along the same lines, there was a lot of attention recently to young girls being recruited and enticed into terrorist activity. This is no news to you, no news to this committee, because we've had committee hearings on this, but it's a real issue on one end, and it's also offers, though, I think, a concentration on young girls and women. It offers us an opportunity on the other end to put resources into that, not only educating young girls, but also empowering women to have a role. Could you just comment briefly?
Well, that's a good point, but I think we're going to have to go to Mr. Tom Marino of Pennsylvania, and the Secretary must depart for another committee at 1 p.m. So in order to get as many members before then, we'll go to 3 minutes for each member. All watch the clock, please. Mr. Marino.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to talk about Yemen for a moment. Since 2006, we've given them about $500 million in military assistance. Now, since we've had the overthrow that we've seen, there is money slated for Yemen. I'm just going to make an assumption here that that's not going to happen, given the circumstances there. But can you address the issue as to what we know about the weapons, the U.S. weapons that were there? Where are they? Who has them? Would you comment on that, please?
Sure. Very few weapons were active weapons, weapons that were functional, fell in or were transferred into the hands of any Houthi. We had a significant Marine presence and a significant security presence there to protect our diplomatic mission. And prior to departing from the embassy and leaving to go to the airport, those weapons were destroyed or dismantled, the firing pins taken out, firing bolts, different things were done in order to make them non-functional.
Was part of that, were the weapons instructed to be handed over to those that overthrew the government, or was that just a media fictitious statement?
No, they were not. Some weapons were left in the hands of the local guards and local personnel who worked with us in order to be able, for their security and for them to be able to defend themselves and go back to their, and go back into town from the airport.
All right, Secretary, I have 1 minute left. And
all right, let me just say very quickly.
Go ahead.
At the airport, there were a few weapons that were turned over at that point in time, but believe me, nothing that they didn't have in hundreds and even thousands of numbers in other forms. But those weapons were critical to our people in the event that they ran into resistance at the airport and had to, in fact, fight their way or cover their way to go back.
All right. The president stated that Yemen was a success. It was a quintessential example of success and what we've accomplished. What did we miss? How did we go from this is an example of the success that we're fighting terrorism to being overthrown just like that and run out of the country?
Very, very easy, very simple answer, and it shouldn't be extrapolated to mean something that it doesn't. The president was talking about how the work we had done with the existing government and the transfer to Hadi from Saleh had in fact provided us with a continuum of our platform to be able to take on al-Qaeda. So it was an example of the way in which we were using a presence and a platform, and we were attacking al-Qaeda. We were not engaged between Houthi and Hadi's forces and other people. Then that changed, obviously, internally in the politics, because Saleh was creating problems by remaining in the country, joining up with the Houthi, challenging Hadi. Those are things we were not there to be somehow able to stop through the counterterrorism program.
I'm afraid we're going to have to go to Mr. Alan Grayson from Florida.
Oh, don't be afraid of that, please. I wouldn't want that on your conscience, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary,
I thought I spoke for all of us.
Mr. Secretary, the authorization for the use of military force offered by the White House says in Section 2C, the authority granted in subsection A does not authorize the use of the United States Armed Forces in enduring offensive ground combat operations. In that context, Mr. Secretary, what does enduring mean?
Well, enduring means Iraq, Afghanistan, long-term ground operations. You could obviously define it in terms of months, not years, but it's a distinction between someone engaged in a rescue mission or going in on a, advise and assist program to help people understand how to do fire control over a 1 or 2 or 3 day period or something. I mean, there are all kinds of examples that could be defined, but enduring means we are not beginning the process or committing to a process of a long-term combat troop on the ground, offensive engagement in a war.
Okay, so 3 days is not enduring from what you said. 10 years is enduring.
I'm not going to play with one.
Well, I think maybe we should.
Depends on
What about
they're doing.
2 months?
It depends on what somebody's asked to do, but it's a non-combat role, non-combat engagement.
Would 2 months be enduring?
It depends on what they are being asked to do and what they were doing.
2 years?
Again, you're talking about a combat troop in combat operations?
Offensive ground combat operations.
Well, we're not talking about. We're not doing offensive ground combat operations. That's
I'm asking whether this authorizes that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, good. Let me ask you another question. Are there any geographical limitations to this AUMF? For instance, no. Okay, so this would authorize military action in Jordan.
It would authorize action against ISIL specifically, and the President has said we will degrade and destroy ISIL wherever they are. If it required an action in Jordan, it obviously would be in conjunction with the government of Jordan, which is a strong ally, member of the coalition, asking for us to do something in a totally permissive atmosphere. But the only authorization we would have to do it would be if it was against ISIL.
And also in Libya and in the Sinai and wherever else anybody who associates with ISIL might be. In fact, you're talking about a world war, isn't that true?
No, we're not. Absolutely not. And it would be incorrect to suggest that mere association would permit anybody to do anything under this authorization, because under the 2001 AUMF and the 2002 AUMFs, we have clearly defined what associated means, and it means engaged in the fight, fighting alongside, or fighting the United States and our allies directly. So there's
other questions and answers can be in writing.
associated means.
We need to go to Mr. Jeff Duncan, the South Carolina Chair of the Western Hemisphere.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, please don't disarm United States Marines ever again. That was wrong. Does the administration plan to take Cuba off the state sponsor of terrorism list?
Only if they meet the standard that is required as to whether or not they are, in fact, a sponsor of terror.
Okay. I'm having trouble defining ISIL based on some comments today. So could you, because we have an AUMF, follow up on Mr. Grayson's comments, what's ISIL? Define ISIL for me.
Well, ISIS is self-defining. They are the combatants and those who have pledged allegiance to them, who have formed a caliphate, fly a flag, wear their black uniforms, and are engaged in a struggle both within Syria and Iraq most directly, but also in what they call distant provinces as they try to establish their caliphate.
Right. And so you use ISIS and the AUMF use ISIL. What's the difference?
It's merely their formula. It's who calls what. ISIS is the letters used by them to define the state versus the Levant, which is the Arab word for the S of ISIS.
Right, which is a territory, and I understand that. We talk about that a lot. So this AUMF, let's assume that the United States Congress passes the President's requested AUMF. What does that mean for al-Qaeda? Does that mean the drone strikes continue against al-Qaeda? Does that mean that our United States intelligence and military force would be applied to al-Qaeda or not?
Absolutely. Al-Qaeda is authorized under the 2001 AUMF, and that is continuing, and it is our, we believe, entirely legally and practically legitimate argument that ISIS was al-Qaeda in Iraq for about 11 years, and only by changing their name did they assume this new identity. But they are, in fact, al-Qaeda too, and we have proceeded against them based on that authorization. But the President has felt, and I think Congress has felt, it would be appropriate to now have a new authorization to demonstrate the clarity with which we're prepared to go after ISIS, Daesh, as I prefer to call it, and continue the battle with al-Qaeda.
In the limited amount of time, I think we've got to look at foreign fighter flow to and from theater, intelligence sharing, the damage that was done by Snowden. We saw the Brussels shooter that shot up the Jewish Museum back in late May, early June. Germany knew about it, failed to share the information. I think that's critical. You touched on that a little bit. We need to look at the visa waiver program, the Schengen region, working with our allies within Europe. And I believe that ISIS is Islamic jihadist, fundamentalist, and radical terrorist. So.
And we need to go to Mr. Alan Lowenthal of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also Ranking Member Engel and Secretary Kerry. First, I want to thank you for being here. I was going to say this morning, but this afternoon, and I want to thank you personally for your recent appointment of Randy Berry as the Special Envoy for LGBT rights in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. This is an important, I think, and critical step in protecting the human rights of LGBT individuals. Senator Markey and myself in both houses had introduced legislation that would have the same goal, but you stepped forward before this legislation even moved forward. And I just look forward to seeing you and also Special Envoy Berry this week also. But I want to ask some very specific questions, maybe you can just answer later on, about which I am very positive about, the giving of the $1 billion for Central America. And you talk about how in Central America, and maybe you can answer these, I'll state them in writing and I'll submit them in writing. The real lack of educational opportunities, the violence, the lack of sufficient investment, and the corruption have been part of the root causes that have allowed for the migration to the United States. My question is, how will this new policy that we're doing really reduce poverty, corruption, and enhance security? How is it different from what we've done before? Are we going to look at some very specific purposes? We hear all along throughout the world that we're going to reduce corruption. I would really like to know how you see what we're doing as really aiding in this. And also in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, are they going to raise the revenue to help to do this? Are they going to introduce and actually collect additional revenues or taxes to really help themselves also? Or what does this mean in terms of our ongoing relationship with these countries?
It's a terrific question, Congressman Lindahl, and I appreciate it very, very much, because you're absolutely right. Anybody, and I used to be chair of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee for a period of years in the Senate, and I remember working on Plan Colombia and the big debate, are we going to put $1 billion into this? Is it going to be meaningful, and so forth. If we just did it the way we used to do some of this stuff, your skepticism would be entirely applicable and appropriate. But we're not. We have learned a lot about the delivery of aid and assistance, about oversight, follow-up, mentoring, engagement. And I think Raj Shah began an effort as administrator, and EventID has been transforming. Part of this came, by the way, and give credit where credit's due, the MCC, which came about during the Bush administration. The Millennium Challenge Goals sort of taught people to say, maybe there's some metrics you can put in place more effectively. And you can,
Mr. Secretary, and if we could lay that out maybe in a written answer,
sure,
would be very effective.
I'll just end quickly by telling you that there are 3 targets. One is enhanced security. We think we can track that, do police, do other work. 2 is direct economic assistance, promote trade in ways we know work, and provide more employment, et cetera. And 3 is improved governance itself, and that's by being deeply engaged in creating the transparency and accountability measures necessary so you're getting the changes that you need.
Mr. Brobrook.
I look forward to your response.
Mo Brooks of Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for sharing your insight with us here today. I'm going to focus on the authorization for use of military force against the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. And as I understand it, and I think you've confirmed this, there are no geographic limitations in the force authorization sought by the President. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And there are other limitations, though, for example, enduring ground troops, time limitations, and then also who the target can be. And as I understand the target of this military force is, quote, the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, end quote, or under Section 5, associated persons or forces who are defined as, quote, individuals and organizations fighting for, on behalf of, or alongside ISIL or any closely related successor entity in hostilities against the United States or its coalition partners, end quote. In that vein, there is a February 16, 2015 Associated Press article that says, quote, militants in several countries, including Libya, Egypt, Algeria, Yemen, and Saudi Arabia, have pledged allegiance to Islamic State leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, end quote. And as we've heard from other sources, we've got Syria, Iraq, Tunisia, Jordan, Sinai, a myriad of other potential countries. Is it fair to say that this authorization sought by the President does allow the use of United States military forces in any of these countries if the Islamic State or its associated persons or forces are there?
No, Congressman. A group that simply embraces the ideology, pledges allegiance, is not necessarily fighting for, alongside, or against the United States and our associated forces.
So if they claim that they're doing that,
it's not
that doesn't include them.
Well, no, it's not a question of claiming it. If you pledge allegiance, pledging allegiance to ISIL is not necessarily joining the fight.
So we're going to wait until they kill a bunch of people before we attack them. Is that what you're saying the administration's position is?
No, we're going to see whether or not they are, in fact, really joined in the fight alongside ISIL.
Well, aren't we really quibbling? As a matter of fact, it's going to be the administration that has to make a judgment call, as we all do in the positions that we hold. And this administration, if it decides that these individuals are part of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant or associated persons or forces, then they will, under this resolution, use that military force in any geographic area of the world. Is that correct?
If it is ISIS, if it is a group of ISIS that is directly threatening the United States of America, and we have reason to believe that there is an immediate, imminent risk, as the President retains the authority today with respect to al-Qaeda or any other group, we'll take action.
And that includes individuals in America.
Excuse me?
That includes individuals in America. That's any geographic area of the world.
Well, Congressman, if we have evidence that somebody in the United States of America is engaged in terrorist activity against the United States, the FBI, the Homeland Security, and others will be on them in a nanosecond.
Louis Frankel of Florida.
We'll go through our normal constitutional procedures, I assure you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, pardon my voice, but I want to thank you for your service. I truly admire what you have to deal with. And earlier, you rightly stated that we live in a very complex world. The threats we face are multifaceted. Unlike the bipolar threat we faced during the Cold War, I'll just call it complexity on steroids. And I think you're dealing with a puzzle that doesn't have the pieces that match. And I'm interested in how we manage and balance competing interests in the world. And I want to give just examples. So, for example, when we respond to Russian aggression threat, especially to our allies in Europe, how does that impact our effort to prevent a nuclear Iran or reach a political solution with Assad? When we go to eliminate ISIL, are we thereby strengthening Assad, who's killing hundreds of thousands of his own people? Or are we strengthening Iran, like we did when we overthrew Saddam Hussein? And I think we see Egypt as an ally against ISIL, and so the question is, why do we continue to withhold financial support? So I guess my question is, what is the guiding strategy for American foreign policy in this very interconnected, complex world?
Well, Congressman, it's a really good question, and I think I have to give you an answer that I think you'll probably find a little simplistic, and I hope not totally unsatisfactory, but it's really a matter of common sense. I mean, you have to apply a standard of sort of practicality of cause and effect. What is the impact of one choice on other choices that you have? That's what the President has to do every day in thinking about what you might do on any given day about Assad and the impact on Iraq, on Iran, on Shia militia, on a host of other things. But there is a connection. I mean, I want to underscore you have appropriately put your finger on the fact that what we choose to do in one place has an impact on things that happen in another place. And, if we hadn't responded with the sanctions on Ukraine, if we weren't engaged in putting together a coalition about ISIS, might Baghdad have fallen? Might there be a civil war? Would there be a civil war in Afghanistan today if we hadn't engaged and tried to pull a government together instead of having a failed election? Everything is connected to the other. And to the degree that the United States commits itself to lead in these particular challenges, I am absolutely more convinced than ever before after 2 years in this job about the impact it has when we make that right choice, the impact it has on somebody's consideration about another choice they might make. What we choose to do effectively with Egypt or with Syria or with ISIS will have an impact on Iranian perception, Russian perception, Chinese, other perceptions in the world. It's all interconnected.
Mr. Secretary, might I suggest that each of the remaining members ask one question only, very briefly, and then the Secretary could sum up and we'll let him depart to his meeting. Mr. Meadows, your one question? Is that all right, Mr. Secretary?
You're the chairman.
Okay.
I'm at your disposal.
Mr. Secretary, since it's down to one question, I've been very keen on not criticizing the ongoing negotiations you have with Iran, so I'll ask this one specific question. For over 2.5 years, Pastor Saeed Abedini has been held by Iran. how can the American people expect that they're going to negotiate in good faith when we can't get an American citizen, a pastor, that really was thrown in jail?
So we get the gist of that one. Now we go to Ms. Tulsi Gabbard. Your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. My question is with regards to the AUMF that's before Congress and Syria, and wondering, as it states in the AUMF, action against ISIL or associated persons, would there be an interpretation of this that would permit the U.S. and either individually or working with partners to remove people like Assad or other dictators in other nations as it deems that their position of being in power stands in the way of defeating ISIL?
Okay, and now we go to Mr. Reed Ribble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary. Thanks for being here. My question is in relationship to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I know you've been involved related to exit permit suspensions. Could you tell us what we could do here in the Congress to facilitate the State Department's work to help these families get their children home?
And Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. And I waited the 3 hours here to ask this one question because I was concerned that this issue might be overlooked with the plethora of issues that we have and that you have, Secretary Kerry, around the world. One of the great achievements of the last 20 years of American foreign policy was forging a peace agreement in Northern Ireland. We are now 15, 16 years on from the Good Friday Agreement, and tensions still remain. The House, the Senate, on a bipartisan basis, appropriated $2.5 million for the International Fund for Ireland, but the State Department is hesitating in releasing it. Secretary Kerry, would you please commit to me and to Congress that these funds will be released by the State Department and the United States will continue to play a strong and active role in the Northern Ireland peace situation?
Mr. Lee Zeldin of New York, followed by Mr. Tom Emmer of Minnesota, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, there was a letter that was sent from the President to Congress with the authorization for the use of force. If I could just read a couple of sentences from that letter. The authorization I propose would provide the flexibility to conduct ground combat operations in other, more limited circumstances, such as rescue operations involving U.S. or coalition personnel, or the use of special operations forces to take military action against ISIL leadership. It would also authorize the use of U.S. forces in situations where ground combat operations are not expected or intended, such as intelligence collection and sharing missions to enable kinetic strikes for the provision of operational planning and other forms of advice and assistance to partner forces. So this is the letter from the President, 4 or 5 paragraphs that accompanied the request for the authorization for the use of force. When Congressman Grayson was asking whether or not the authorization was providing authorization for offensive operations, you had indicated no. Obviously, for several months, we have been utilizing strikes from the air, which one could argue are offensive in nature. So I'm just looking for a little bit more clarity on what specifically, from an offensive end, the President is looking to do to defeat ISIS. What is the limit of his authority under this authorization?
Mr. Emmer.
Mr. Secretary, thank you again for all your time today. Mine is a question I wanted to ask you relates to something that really shouldn't be partisan at all. It's about America's economy and the opportunities that it should provide for American workers and entrepreneurs. You've long been an advocate for trade, long before this position. And I would like to ask you to give me some details so that our friends on both sides, regardless of political persuasion, understand how important the economic opportunities presented by Trade Promotion Authority and the possibility of getting trade agreements are to our national security.
So let me try to run through those as fast as I can, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you. Saeed Abedini, we have raised in the most recent discussions, and you ask how we can tell they'll negotiate in good faith. We're negotiating on that very actively right now, and Again, the proof will be in the pudding whether we can achieve something or not achieve something. I think it's a little early to make that prediction on both accounts, on the release of individuals that we're trying to get back, as well as on the nuclear agreement itself. Congressman Gabbard, on the subject of the AUMF, associated persons removing Assad, et cetera, we have to operate under international law. This authorization is specifically targeted against ISIS itself, and it would be very hard to see how there would be any stretch that would fit any legal authority whatsoever to direct that. There are other legal arguments available to deal with President Assad. Let me make that clear. Not the least of which is the fact that if he were to join in an effort that actively engaged with ISIL, or we had evidence of that in some way, he could be thereby aiding and abetting. I mean, there's an extensive argument you could make. But no, not directly out of the AUMF. That would not be anywhere in what is envisioned or allowed by it. With respect to the DRC and exit permit, we have raised that issue. I've talked to President Kabila about it personally. We have an ongoing effort to try to make some progress on that, and I am hopeful that we will finally get some kind of success. These are those difficult internal kinds of, negotiations that take place. They're very, I think this may be even tied to the prospects of the potential election that may or may not take place in the DRC, so we're waiting to see what happens, but I will continue to push it. With respect to Congressman Boyle on the subject of Northern Ireland, we are deeply engaged still. With the President's consent, I appointed former Senator Gary Hart to be engaged in those talks. He's been very active. There's a $7.5 million commitment in the existing peace impact program, and the funding is there for 2011, and we have no reason not to be releasing it and engage in it. So we will continue to be deeply involved in that. With respect to Congressman Zeldin on the allowance of offensive operations, the limit of authority, I thought we were talking about, so this is a good opportunity for clarification. I was talking about in the context of any potential of American ground forces and the limits of the enduring language. But obviously, we are engaged in offensive operations. The air power could not be more so, and we are engaged directly, needless to say, in arming, in assisting, training and assisting, and now we have the overt Title X training and assist program. So those are offensive operations that the United States is going to be supporting one way or the other. But we're not talking about American ground troops, and there is no authorization in here putting American combat ground troops into an enduring offensive combat situation. I think that's what I was really trying to address. And Congressman Emmer, on the economics and TPA, I just close by saying one of the great changes that we face in the world today is the enormous increase of much more powerful, competitive economic entities. Now, none of them yet match the size of the United States, but they're getting bigger, they're more active, there's more global market competitiveness than there has ever been before. And if you were, anybody engaged in international business knows how quick you have to move, how voracious you have to, how disciplined you have to be in grabbing market share and knowing the markets and working with other partners. It's a different marketplace than it was in the 1960s, 70s when we were the dominant single economy. And so this kind of trade regime that we're talking about putting together under the TPP or the TTIP is far more critical to American jobs, to American growth, to America's influence, to America's ability to continue to play the important leadership role we have played in the world. And so if we don't get this kind of an agreement written to the higher standards of international business behavior, it will go down. The standards will go down, the protections will go down, the ability of people to have legal remedy will be reduced, the ability of people to protect intellectual property or have rights by which workers are protected. All of these things would be diminished if we are not able to achieve these kinds of trade agreements. And TPA is critical to the ability to have those agreements because other countries will, their leaders, will not make the difficult political decisions necessary to take one interest or another in their country and change the structure in favor of a larger set of rules because it costs them politically. If they know that what they're doing when they make that decision is going to be subject to a renegotiation with Congress, rather than the passing of what has been negotiated, they won't make the agreement in the first place. So we actually hurt ourselves in achieving our larger interest of trade and growing our markets if we wind up trying to micromanage it through congressional day-to-day without the TPA. TPA is what actually empowers the negotiators to be able to close a deal and allow those leaders in other countries to make the tough decisions they need to make. So in the end, 95% of the world's customers are in other countries. And we cannot grow our nation, increase wealth, do better if we are just thinking we can somehow only sell to ourselves. We have to sell in the rest of the world. And it is better for us to be helping to lead the effort to reach agreement as to what the rules will be by which we sell and raise those standards rather than leave it to somebody else and see them lowered. That's why TPA is so critical.
We appreciate the Secretary's time today, including today's lightning round, and we have a ton of issues to get through together. We thank you, and we stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If